All right, hello. What's up, team? Oh my god, I'm back home. Can you imagine? Change the latest YouTube video again. So we're gonna watch our history now. Yeah, that is true. Let me do that real quick. All right, how we all doing? All right. Let's do the Moonkin guide then. Why is my internet bad? Or maybe it's just maybe it's just YouTube being bad. Something went wrong. Please try again. Well, it would be nice if you tell me what went wrong. Something went wrong. All right, all right. Something went wrong. Well, then I don't know what to do. Is the picture too big or something? Let's try it this way. Oops. Oh, that seemed to have worked. There we go. All right. Yeah, right, Clovey? Hello, everyone. Stuck with ramen noodles and frozen veggies till Monday. That sounds good, though. Ramen and yeah, yeah. All right, guys. It's, I don't know what to wear. Like, it's kind of cold. Like, it's kind of warm, but then also not. I know. It's confusing. Also, I have my Udi here now. But I can't wear it because it's not cold enough. So I put it on my chair. Good morning. All right. Yeah, so it was a long trip. In case you're wondering. I had the absolute worst seats on the plane that you could possibly imagine. There's like 3 rows, 2 side rows and a middle row. And I had the middle seat of the middle row. Which, yeah. I don't know how anyone's supposed to sleep in the middle seat of the middle row. And then also, like, I was in a Lufthansa flight, and usually Lufthansa has really nice planes. But this one was, like, there was so little space. Like, you'd barely move in these seats at all. So that sucked. But yeah, I guess I didn't sleep. I watched the whole season 2 of White Lotus. That's something, I guess. And yeah, then I landed in Munich. Thankfully, got my bags in Munich, my luggage, so I didn't have to do this weird flight that goes to Vienna and then to Innsbruck, thankfully. That was great. Then I had to wait like an hour or two in Munich before I got my train. Yeah, that's it. And then I was home at like 8 p.m. So it wasn't too bad. And then I was raiding. Straight to raiding. Yeah, then I was super tired. And then I slept, but my boyfriend woke up at 6:20 or so. So my boyfriend woke me at like 6:20, and then I couldn't really sleep anymore. So I'm awake since 6:20 after going to bed at like 1 a.m. or something. So it is what it is. But then I went to have a coffee with my mom and with Marlies. Marlies is doing great, by the way, in case anyone's wondering, because she got her twins. In case anyone of you know, Marlies got twins. She's been in the hospital since February because of like preterm labor stuff. And then she got her twins. They're both healthy. They still have to be in the NICU though for a while. But everything's going pretty well. They're super tiny. Yeah, she's been in the hospital for so long. From February till end of February till April. She was in the hospital, constantly just like being in bed. Yeah, that was horrible. I can't even imagine. I can't even imagine. I mean, the thing is, I think she was happy to be in the hospital because, it was really scary to like get the babies like super early. But yeah, being in a hospital for 3 months, like that's insane. That's just crazy. Yeah, she's doing well now. I didn't see her for so long. I didn't see Marlies since March-ish, or like, yeah, didn't see her forever because she was in the hospital. You could barely like visit or whatever. But yeah, she's home now. She's doing well. They have to drive to the hospital to see the children, the babies, once a day, and the drive is like 1.5 hours. So 3 hours in total. It's kind of crazy, right? Like every day they have to drive 3 hours to the hospital and back. She did not have to sell her house. My brother was living in an apartment still, of course, while she was at the hospital. And Bishu, what's up? No, it's 1.5 hours there. So like 3 hours in total. All right. All right, there was some news. They're nerfing Siskarn. Or like changing it, I guess. Which makes the boss harder. Thankfully, we killed it already. Guess we're just gonna extend forever until we kill the last boss. The really weird thing about the upgrading system is the fact that clearing early mythic bosses is actually bad for your vault. So, yeah, that's kind of weird. Like, extending super early makes a lot of sense instead of re-clearing. Because you can just upgrade everything to 441 from Heroic. Well, mythic early items, like the items that drop on early bosses, they're just 441, right? So doing mythic is not going to help you if you want, especially if you want bosses from later, if you want items from later bosses. Because if, let's say you kill like 3 bosses on mythic, or what's the vault 4? Let's say you kill 4 bosses on mythic, the first 4, and you clear heroic afterwards. Then you have 2 vault options from the first 4 bosses and 1 from like heroic from all of the bosses. So it's kind of like weird if you want items from later bosses. Or 3, 5, 7, yeah, whatever it may be. Hey, what's up? Can the baby stream? Yeah, they should be. I'm gonna teach them how to stream so they can take over whenever I don't feel like streaming. So they can they can stream on my behalf. Oh, and yesterday when I raided, I had a black screen, which was really weird because I thought that all of my black screens are related to like Elgato products. But I hadn't plugged in anything. Like I hadn't plugged in my cam link, I hadn't plugged in the Stream Deck, and I hadn't plugged in. Well, I did plug in the microphone, so maybe it was the microphone. I don't know. I hope there's no more black screens. We're just I did update my drivers, so maybe it was a driver issue. Yeah, I don't fucking know. I don't know. And I'm gonna go for dinner later today, so I figured I'm gonna stream as early as possible so we can get some nice Underrot sessions in. Oh. Oh, and yesterday we were doing some Neltharion progression because we killed Mangwarax. To try these weak auras, and holy Jesus, there's something to figure out. I think it's HDMI related, maybe? I don't know. It could have something to do with my monitors as well. Yeah, I don't know. Belle's gonna drop today. Hey, Crystal. Well, I hope so. I've been farming this spell forever now, it feels like. Oh, and then we did a heroic clear yesterday too. And not a single trinket dropped. From the early bosses. God, sucked. I need a trinket so badly. I'm not getting any. No trinkets for me. Okay. Yeah, and then I had to set up all of the stuff here again. And I think some of my weaker stuff is still not working properly. But oh well. Alright. It's weird to be home. I feel like the setup is weird, even though it's obviously not. Like, oh my god, what are things? Got a 447 Harlan dice in my vault, but I need to take PvPs as PvP player. Yeah. Yeah, I guess that is weird. You could argue, though, that taking the PvE items makes more sense because the PvP items you will be able to get eventually just through PvP, right? Like, the PvP vault is actually very low value, right? Because the items you can buy are a higher item level, no? Like, you can eventually just buy them, once you have enough conquest, of course. So isn't like taking PvP items just bad? Unless you want like to immediately have the upgrade. Which I understand. Like, of course, speeding up the process of getting the conquest items is good. But in the long run, considering that the PvP season lasts the whole season, it's better to just not take the PvP items, right? Or just take the sockets or whatever, yeah. Hey, 3, yeah? Alright. Oh my god, I'm actually playing in Plus at normal hours now, so I don't have to play in Plus at 3 a.m. in the morning. Oh, I've 22 Underrot. Oh, I should play that. Let's do it. Hey, Timo. Thank you so much for 5 months. Mine. Good. I think Moonkin is fine. This season is just a little bit awkward with the whole canceling stuff that's going on, and the fact that single target is just really bad. Our single target is just horrible, unfortunately. I'm just like inviting people because I always feel like that Underrot is so easy. Like it's 22. I just invite people. I never even look at stuff that much. I see people queue up and I'm like, yeah, that's fine. Single target is bad. Krona is blasting a single target. No, Krona is not blasting a single target. In the raid? That is just not a thing. Unless you're talking about Mythic Plus. That's a difference. And plus single target and raid single target are different things. And the reason why they're different is because when you play in plus, you're not gonna pick pure single target talents, right? So there's some classes who do well in M plus single target because they don't have to pick as many AoE talents as other classes do. Right? So some classes have to drop like 10% single target damage to pick up AoE talents, right? So of course their single target will suffer a lot in M+, while other classes don't lose as much single target from picking AoE talents, and Moonkin doesn't lose that much single target from picking M+ talents. So that's why in M+ single target is not that bad for Moonkin. But if you pick full single target talents, then Moonkin single target is really bad. Which just basically means Moonkin is not that good in a raid, damage-wise. Because in the raids, almost every boss single target right now. Wait, we can eat Bloodlust, I guess. Is there Shamoon? Let's get this person. I feel like my mouse speed is weird. I don't know if it's too fast or too slow. Oh, wait, it's incorporeal. Oh my god. Wait, I just now realized that I have different affixes. Technical, incorporeal, spiteful. Oh my god. Oh my god. I guess we're just seeing. I can pick up anything out of the hibernate, right? Yeah, I'm not cycloning shit. Hi, Tarazan, what's up? If you take 3% of everybody in the raid's damage and give it to yourself, Moonkin is far and away the most broken class. Good point. Very good point, actually. If you have not killed Stark, can I still loot the cape from Vault? No. Well, unless you killed it at some point. If you ever killed it, then yes. If you never killed it, then no. What are my talents? I'm gonna do some Weaver again. I've mainly been playing. I don't know if I like Weaver and Plat. At least not in like lowish keys. And I haven't done any high keys yet. Only done low keys. But let's see. Wait. I think I should just upgrade some other boots so I can unequip the expulsion boots in plus. Because I think in plus they're really bad. In raiding they're still pretty good. But in plus I think they're really bad. Yeah, my mouse is weird. I don't know. I think it might be too slow. I'm not sure. What is my key?
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Alright. Incorporeal, oh god. I know if my interface works for Incorporeal.
Guard yourselves. Who knows what lurks in these caves?
Why is this stupid Underrot thing like in the middle of my screen for so long always? I feel like this only happens in Underrot. Why didn't know Incorporeal was spawning? Is it like such a lost spawn rate? Oh, true, we can actually chain now because we don't have... Because it's not bolstering anymore. Not a single Incorporeal spawned yet. It is an affix though, right? And I'm confused. And yeah, I still need the spatral shade thing. Naguura. I guess I save cooldowns for the boss at this point. Oh, there they are. Oh my god, these people are actually seeing. Oh my god, I love it. Look at that! Shackle Hex! Let's go! Okay, I need a different color for these nameplates. For the Incorporeal nameplates.
Time for a sacrifice!
Oh my god, I got PI. Let's go.
Rotten wither! Goon be everywhere! Rotten wither! Goons overtake you! Rotten wither! Rotten wither!
I mean, Corporal doesn't seem that bad, right? Like, there's not that many that spawn. Or am I just, maybe we just got lucky? I don't know.
Rotten wither!
Oh, I need the weaker for the casting. For, Starfire cast. Oh, Toe, thanks for the 1 year. Appreciate that. Why have I accepted? That is a very good question. Why did you? But look at your beautiful golden badge now. Come on. It's so pretty. Okay, what's the plan? Wait, is our tank to seat? Huh. Well, that is unfortunate.
I am Nazgrim, Fist of the War Chief and General of the Horde Army. If I must die today, I will die with honor in battle for the Horde!
Coral's really easy if you have teammates that play it and that keyboard if you have pucks that don't know how to see us. Yeah. I mean, it just seems like there's not that many that spawn. And then it's pretty easy. Dude, can this person come back, please? It's my key. I mean, thankfully, Underrot is really easy, so we have time, but... Oh, there it is. Perfect. Saved. I love this pull that everyone does here. It's nice. Oh my god, I got PI. Now I just need a trinket proc. Oh, there they are. Okay, well, I believe in the other people's seeing, I guess. There we go. One Hex, one Shackle. There's a third one, I'll Hibernate. And isn't the play to just invite Rest Druids this week? Rest Druids can just solo to see all of them. No damage dealer has to do anything. We're back at all the affixes being healer affixes. Oh, this priest has double fixate. I'm gonna be stunned. Oh no, he died. Nice. Yeah, they really don't spawn that often, these incorporeal beings. Like, I feel like... Is this like a really long internal cooldown? Oh, there they are again. Oh my god, I have double fixate. Double ice. Yeah, I guess the weird thing is just when no one notices. But I guess they can just be a Weakora that just kind of tells you if they're spawned or if they're active. I'm sure that's like something you can do by just... Or actually, can you? I'm sure there... Or? Like, there can be a Weakora that just checks nameplates and see if they're there. Certainly that's something that you could have, right? Is there a Weakora already? Okay, yeah, that makes sense. What the fuck is this thing? Why is there a tree? Huh? I'm confused. Where's this tree coming from? Oh, it's a toy. Okay, it's like, what the hell did they just patch it in? It's like, why? But how many single target talents do other people have to drop? Like, how is it... Like, that's just a bit insane. Does every class have to drop like 20% single target DPS to do in Plus or what? I'm confused. That was not a very well-timed PI, I would say. Hi, Tatser. Thanks for the 43. What's up? How you doing? No Bloodlust? We did Bloodlust. Oh, I guess we Bloodlusted late because it wasn't ready on pull. It was like in a 10-15 seconds to deep when we pull, so maybe they just forgot once it was ready. Probably should have saved my cooldowns for the boss at this point, but whatever. Cooldowns are not real anyway.
What manner of creature is this?
What manner of creature?
It must not be allowed to reach the surface. Destroy it now.
You should have trained hard.
Yeah. It's gonna be a little bit of an issue. We don't have an interrupt. And I don't have Curse to spell. I guess the Shaman also doesn't have Curse to spell? Oh my god. It's a disaster.
Rot must spread.
Ooh. We got a trinket proc. Be my pulsar. And a full moon. Insane. I'm inting. It's okay. Sometimes you just gotta int. Somebody should do the melee one? Because we don't get another shockwave. Do this. Yeah, perfect.
Rallying cry.
Do the mushrooms explode now, or are they still bugged?
At my side.
I personally don't mind if Incarn is not that strong. I hate classes that are super cooldown reliant. I hate burst stuff in general. I mean, I don't mind burst, but burst just got way too strong lately. I look at Demo Warlocks and like Venthyr Moonkins and it's like, ugh, it's all horrible. I'm glad if cooldowns aren't that strong. I'd much rather have consistent damage.
Rallying cry.
Oh my god, and I don't have 150 MS anymore either. Let's go.
Corruption blooms.
I have never seen this form of corruption before. If this spreads to the surface, we will not be able to contain it.
Rally the forces.
That was a volley. Oh, I got incumbents. So close. It's not standard build? Wait, what is not standard build? Oh, you mean curse the spell for shamans? Hey, Tigza, good morning. I personally think that like having the option to not pick up a certain dispel, I think is kind of cool because dispels are pretty niche. Like, you don't always need a curse spell. The only time it feels a bit weird is this dungeon. Because there's only one curse in this dungeon. And it only happens if you fail to interrupt. So it is for sure a bit weird in this key, specifically.
At my side.
I walked into a tentacle. Fuck. And it wasn't mine. Thanks for 5 months. Atesh, thank you so much. Appreciate that. I guess we don't have anyone who can battle us. I don't think I should release, though. I think they're faster, just kill it. Spawn got no fucking where. Ghosts continue their duration, so it's a bad affix. Ghosts continue to... Oh, yeah, I think it's a bad combo. Like, Incorporeal and Spiteful is like a bad combo, I think. Well, maybe not, actually, because... Even if you wouldn't be in combat with Incorporeal, you would still be in combat with Spiteful anyway, right? So does it really matter? Because if you're gonna be in combat with Spiteful, it's not really making a difference that you're in combat with Incorporeal.
Specimen detected. Containment priority.
I guess. So maybe it's actually whatever. Wait, did they all get ported down? No, okay. Yeah, here's the thing. Like, by the way, if somebody dies on this pool, you should always go backwards when resting. Yeah, you should never start resting close by because it just automatically ports you down. Oh, are we doing this side? I don't have coolants just yet.
Cleansing area.
I guess in this room they can also spawn like in really weird places. Because you combat with these stupid spores. So I guess that is weird as well. It's the same issue with... It's the exact same issue that we had with explosives, right? Where on some bosses they would just spawn in really weird spots because there's like targetable mobs. So it's just like that same problem that we have with those affixes.
Cleansing area.
Which, to be fair, I don't think they can necessarily fix that unless they do it like individually. Right, so like they would have to say like spores do not spawn them or whatever. Which I'm not sure if they already did or not. I'm just saying.
Rally the forces! Cleansing area.
No.
Contagion detected. Sanitize. Purge protocols engaged. Cleansing area.
Rallying
What?
cry.
Are we fine?
Cleansing area. Cleansing area.
Infected.
Area. Purge protocols engaged.
Is this guy gonna kill any of them? There we go.
Contagion detected.
The hell?
Sanitize.
There's quite a bit of AFK there.
Safeguard. Destroy virulence.
Alright, where's my belt?
Cool.
I'll see what I can do from inside.
No, not the cloak again. I have this cloak way too many times. The cloak, yeah. I've seen this cloak a lot of times.
It is an honor, champion. Always a pleasure.
Yeah, sir. Um. Right, so I'm importing this. How does this work again? Oh my god. Did I just post something? No. Oh my god. Oh, it's not under Vago imports? Of course it's not. Why would it be there? Uh... Wait, okay, so just copy here? And how does this work again? Thanks for sending my C3, what's up? Man, all the officers are indeed in my chat. This is just like officer chat, indeed. Import icon. Oh. Okay. Yes? Whatever. Which one is it? Oh, this. I guess it was just not enabled. Alright, and then what is this? Oh. Nah, I think I don't want this, and plus, like, the counter. Not yet. Why are they declining me? Do they want Bloodlust, I guess? Oh, for 22 Underrot. You don't need Bloodlust for 22 Underrot. Oh, I want this weaker. Wait. Let me find it. Oh, wait, I also... Oh my god. I keep getting distracted by things. Okay, let's do the weaker first. Alright. Why is Vago always so bad at loading things? All right, I also need to send somebody money. I'll do that while Vago is loading. Dude, fucking, there's this, I just remembered this now as I looked at my bank account. There's like a shuttle service that is like a South Tyrolean shuttle service that will pick you up at like an airport and drive you to your destination. And from Munich to my place, it's 170 euros, which is obviously a lot of money, but it's not that much considering that you get picked up directly at the airport and driven like home to your place. Because it's a 4-hour drive, right? If you would pay a taxi, that would be like 400 euros or more. So 180 or 170 is actually not that much at all, considering it's like a private shuttle thing. Because otherwise you have to take the like S-Bahn to the main station, and then on the main station you have to take the train to like Francis Weste, and then you have to take another train, and then you have to take the bus, and it's like really, really annoying to get here with like normal transport. I mean, it's obviously doable, it's just like you have to change trains a lot and stuff like that, which can be annoying if you have luggage, right? So since I had 2 suitcases, I was thinking, oh, I should probably just book this shuttle for 170 euros, like whatever. So I booked, or I looked at their website, and I checked if there's any shuttle going at the time that I have to go. And what happened was that I looked for the 25th. I looked for the 25th of May at around 1 p.m. And like 3 shuttles came up. One was at like 3 p.m., one was like 6 p.m., and the other ones were the next day in the morning. So it's like, oh my god, that's amazing. I'm going to take the shuttle at 3 p.m. Like, that sounds really good. So I booked it. And then after I was done booking, I noticed that the shuttle was for the 26th. So even though in the search function I entered the 25th, because there were no shuttles available on the 25th at all, they were all like, there was just no shuttles on the 25th. They showed me the next available shuttles, which was on the 26th, right? And I did not notice that while I was, booking. And then as soon as I was done booking, like as soon as I paid, I realized that it was the wrong date. So I was like, fuck. So I go and cancel, or try to cancel the booking, and it told me that I have to pay the full price. Like literally 100% of the cost. And I was like, what? I literally just, like, I just booked it. How could I immediately afterwards, And it's because they have some sort of policy. If it's like less than X amount of time before the shuttle has to go, then you don't get your money back, which makes sense, technically speaking, but it does not make sense if I just booked, right? Because clearly they haven't, because it makes sense that like if you find a driver and the driver like, already plans everything and blah, 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 because then they have costs associated to it. And then it makes sense, right? But I literally like 5 minutes after I booked it, I realized. So I like emailed them. It's like, hey guys, like immediately after booking, I realized it's the wrong date. Like, could I please like get the money back? And they're just ghosting me. Fuck you. So fucking annoying. Anyway, I got distracted again. I wanted this Naguura and I wanted to send money. Why is this Naguura not fucking loading? Oh, there it is. Finally. Alright, so I moved this over. I have to do this again, wait. I want this to be like here, I guess? Wait. Okay, this should work now. It sounds illegal. It might be. I don't fucking know. Okay, and I have to send money. Let's do that as well, real quick. Or check if I did send the money. Didn't I not send this? I guess I didn't. Oops. All right. Hey, meow, what's up? Yeah, I agree. Like, I understand that there has to be some sort of time where you cannot change your booking anymore, like a certain time before the travel. But there should also be, like, additionally a time where you can change or your booking, like, immediately after booking. So that's definitely, like, just a flaw in their website, I guess. And I'm sure they understand, but I'm not sure if they read their emails. Maybe they just haven't read their email yet, who knows? All right, let's do this. Oh. Oh, there. It does indeed sound like a scam. All right. Why am I getting declined? You just want to do it 22 Underrot. Hey, Higami, good morning. Was it still worth it at 360 euros instead of 180 euros? Well, no, I actually didn't get the shuttle at all after, because there was no shuttle for the day that I wanted to go. So I had to actually pay for a train, which was, by the way, more expensive than the actual shuttle, all in all, which is kind of crazy. Maybe I just do 19. I don't like doing 19s anymore. I actually like doing them. But now I feel like doing a 19 is like inting. Because people that have a 19 key now, something went wrong. You know what I'm saying? I don't know. No, the shuttle service is real. It's not a made-up service. I know, like, I know I know that they exist, and I know that they're not a scam. But they're just like a really small, like, company or whatever. And their website's just really shitty in general. So maybe they just like that's such a typical thing for South Tyrolean companies. Like that they have just really shitty online presence and websites. It's just so bad. No, as I said, like, I know they're not a made-up company or like a scam. I know that they're real. And I mean, it did display the date. If I would have looked at the date, I would have realized it was the wrong date. I just didn't look. Because I searched for the date and then that's what came up, so I kind of assumed that it would be the right date. Need player know what to do. Why? Because you don't know what to do? Or... Did I swear Underrot is such an easy dungeon? Do you actually have to... Like, I think people are way too picky when they do Underrot. Like, Underrot is literally, like, you can do it with the eyes closed. If you know the dungeon a little bit. Like, of course, if you don't have a single clue on how the dungeon works, then yeah, okay. But as long as you know how Underrot works, then that key is just like... Yeah. So I don't think people should be so picky when they invite people. Just invite people and go. Just do it. Wait, why do they have a boss defeated? Did they deplete their 20 Underrots? There's no shot they depleted 20 Underrots. I think they did. Oh my goodness. It's from Mythic Zero? I mean, maybe? Maybe it's from Mythic Zero, actually. Maybe they just killed the boss randomly to get some cooldowns or whatever. Man, I should probably farm some scores so people invite me to keys. It's just such a waste of time to farm and plus score right now. When I need items. And I want to do keys that give me nothing. Just score. That is completely irrelevant. Oh, there we go. It's not irrelevant if having score gets you invited faster. Well, I'm not saying it's irrelevant from like a LFG perspective. I'm saying that people are stupid to make it a relevant thing on like 19 and 20 keys. That's what I think is stupid and irrelevant. Like, why would you care how well I did in an Vortex Pinnacle when I'm not queuing up for a Vortex Pinnacle? You know what I mean? Like, what does your overall score have to do with the key that you're queuing up with? Like, let's say I've done Underrot like 50 times, and my highest key is like a 25 Underrot. And I timed all of those keys. But I haven't done any, like, Vortex Pinnacles or Bracken Heights at all, because I'm farming an item in Underrot, right? Then my score is gonna be really low. But I know Underrot perfectly well, and people don't invite you because they look at your score? Like, why? like at the start of the season, I don't think you should be looking at anyone's overall score when it's just nothing. Because I don't care how much you know about Vortex Pinnacle when I'm doing an Underrot. Like, that doesn't help me at all, right?
Who knows what lurks in these caves?
Otherwise, it can be useful. I mean, I don't agree. I do not agree. It's like saying... Like, imagine there's somebody who killed Mythic Sarkareth already, but you're not inviting them to your raid because they haven't killed Rasageth on Mythic. You know? It's like... Huh? Sorry. Sorry, Echo player, I can't invite you to my Aberrast raid because you didn't clear Vault of the Incarnates. Like, stupid. You were benched for Magmarax but killed Sarkareth? Yeah, sorry, one invited to my raid, you haven't done everything. Your score is low, but it says you have done 20 plus times 20, so you will probably get invited. I mean, but I kind of don't. Like, I do get declined a lot. I've done like 19 plus 20 runs. And my previous season score is 3.4k. You know, like, I don't know. Like, I have a lot of things to prove that I can do an Underrot key. But people still just don't care. It is very weird. I guess the reason why some people don't see it is because they just don't have an add-on to show it to them. Maybe that's like a problem as well. Because the standard Blizzard UI doesn't show anything other than your rating and your item level. Like, it does, if you mouse over the rating, it doesn't even show anything. Like, it doesn't tell you what their highest key is, what the best key in the dungeon is, like, blah, 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 right? So if there's people that make the group that do not have any add-ons or weak OS to show you more details about them, then all they see is your item level and your rating, right? And then that's the only thing they can go off. So it does make sense that some people just invite the highest rated players, even though, in my opinion, it's a relevant statistic to look at. An irrelevant statistic, right? But if they don't have an add-on to show anything else, then yeah. Yeah, and yeah, I also understand that people, there's just a lot of applications. A lot of people want to play Underrot 20. That is true. Wait. Yeah, Moonkeys also generally just don't get invited that much, even though Moonkeys are broken as fuck in Plus, in my opinion. I mean, not broken. Well, I think so. Like, Moonkeys actually really broken in Plus. Not necessarily exclusively because of their damage, but because they also give Margaret of Wild, which is an insane buff in Plus, yeah. I still think people are very much underestimating how good Margaret of Wild is in Mythic Plus. Like, everyone always looks for Bloodlust, right? As if it's like the holy grail of damage. It's like, oh my god, we cannot do this plus 10 Underrot without Bloodlust, right? It's like, oh my god, how could we possibly do this key without Lust? But whenever it comes to Mark of the Wild, they're like, even though Mark of the Wild is super good. Like, it's such a good buff. It gives you so much damage overall. But people don't care about it as much at all. I think they're just, like, underestimate it a lot. Mark of the Wild is definitely better in PI. For sure. Is Market Wild better than PI and Fort? Fort is useless. Why would you need Fort? Fort is a useless buff. Like, I'm specifically talking about low keys, yeah? Where 42 does nothing, really. I mean, it doesn't do nothing, but survivability is just not really something that you necessarily have to care about that much. Okay, listen, I'm not saying that priests are not good. I'm just saying that that people underestimate Margaret Wild. That's all I'm saying. I'm not saying that you have to invite a druid over a priest. I'm just saying that people undervalue Margaret Wild's value in Plus a lot.
4, 3, 2, 1.
The blood trolls are scattered, but we must find the source of the rot and destroy
Because if
it.
you're gonna value Bloodlust that
Guard
highly,
yourselves.
that you think you literally
Who
cannot do a
knows
key
what
without
lies
it,
in these caves?
then Margaret Wild should be like similarly important to you.
Wow.
Oh my god. That is that is a cast indeed. I guess on the other hand, you also have to remember that a lot of people have Market Wild, but then they just don't actually press it when somebody dies. Like, people and rebuffing is something else. Thanks for Prime, Chilla Mike. Thank you so much. If you're watching my stream right now and like you literally like if you're in game, if you're playing WoW and you're watching my stream right now and you have a class buff, so if you're a warrior or a priest or a druid or a mage, or an evoker, I guess, and you do not have a weak aura that tracks if everyone in your group has your buff, then go and get it right now. Just do it. I know there's a lot of people like, I don't need that. But you actually do need it. Go get the weak aura. Thank you so much for raid, Wacky. Thank you so much. How was your stream? Welcome, everybody. We are in Underrot prison, farming a leather belt that never drops. And we're talking shit while doing so. Which weaker? I didn't listen. A class buff weaker. Yeah, listen to me. If you have a class buff and you don't have a weaker that shows you if everyone in your group has a class buff, get it right now. It's important. I don't want to be in a group with you and then I die and I'm not getting rebuffed for 5 minutes. That's why I actually like I don't have a weaker that shows me if I have all class buffs. Like, for example, I don't have a weaker that shows if I have Arcane Intellect or Stamina or whatever. Because it would just make me mad. Like, if I play in Plus with a mage, and I'm not getting rebuffed Arcane Intellect, and, like, my Uyghur just, like, blinks the whole time, it would just upset me. So I just don't have a Uyghur. I trust you to buff me. And if you don't, I'm gonna be mad. No! Did we just have to seriously go through from this? From this being? No, and I didn't click on it. Or I tried to click on it, but I clicked on the fucking middle instead. Alright, guys, you got this, though. What is this to see? I think my markers are overlapping the CCs that I have. Let's release. I should change that. Remind me. Remind me to change my plater to not have the marker be in the same spot as CC. Oh, and I also forgot to get an incorporeal Uyghur to change the nameplate to a different color. I need that too. Yeah, these the markers are at the same spot. It's kind of annoying, because then I don't see the incorporeal things. Also, like, oh!
Rallying cry.
Woo! Like, these puddles are so invisible half the time. I think it only really happens... Yeah, you see how they're like... Like, there's some textures that are over the animation. Which is very annoying. Oh my god. Do we not have any others? Oh, we do. We have Banish. We fear, Banish, Hibernate. God, shades are just so annoying if you don't have like a reliable slow. No, why? Oh, I guess the Warlock released.
Bah.
If you only had Vortex Pinnacle experience. Yep, good point. Oh shit, I'm gonna be stunned. Help! Oh, thank you. Oh my. Do we just not have so much to see for these maggots? Or do people just not see it? I'm gonna be stunned again. Well, shit. Oh nice, the paladin has a spell. The funny thing to me about the maggots, by the way, is that everyone knows how important it is to interrupt the maggots, right? Like, I feel like that's like a common thing that everyone kind of knows about. It's like, oh, if the maggots cast their frontal, you want to interrupt it. And I feel like people know that. But the interesting thing about that is that is not very common at all to interrupt, like, a frontal, right? Because usually people... if there's any kind of frontal, then people usually just, you know, expect people to walk out of it. But I guess because this frontal cast is so hard to see, it kind of became like a common thing for people to interrupt it in BFA, right? And I think the main reason is that this room here is like it goes upwards on the side, right? Like it's elevated on the sides. And if the maggot casts a frontal from like here, like if a maggot is right here where I am, and it casts a frontal towards like this direction, then the animation will just be like in the floor. Like you will just not see it at all, right? So that's why people, I guess, commonly interrupt it. Which is kind of funny because Blizzard could literally just make the animation better. And then you might just not have to interrupt this thing at all and you just walk out of it. Right? Like it's not like that hard, I guess, to just walk out of the frontal. But if you can't see the frontal, then it is hard to walk out of it. Yeah, I guess it is true that it's like a random frontal and not pointing to the tank, yes. That is a good point. Usually, the frontals that people expect players to dodge are frontals that point at the tank, yeah. Oh, we did not interrupt the Wicked Frenzy. I mean, I know you could also bait the frontal from the maggot, but then every single player has to bait it, which is a lot less reasonable, especially considering that people have to kite. Like, people have to kite the fixate from the bats, right? The blood swarmers. So it's kind of weird if you have to bait the bat and then at the same time try to like bait the frontal away from the from the side, I guess. Very feasible.
What manner of creature is this? It must not be allowed to reach the surface.
That's an
Destroy
evoker
it
interrupt.
now.
That's an evoker. There we go. Man, I think I have to pick up the spell. Just for this debuff here. Do people even know how much of a damage decrease it is to have this debuff? Do people know it's 10% damage reduction per stack? I'm not sure if people are aware. Otherwise, they might be interrupting it more. Oh, we still have trash here. All right. We're doing it. Should only interrupt the Shadow Bolt volley here there? Huh? Wait, what do you mean? Wait, it doesn't give a damage increase, it gives a damage decrease. Wait, unless they changed it. The curse gives you a damage decrease and the damage taken increase. I think you might have misread. It's not a damage done increase, it's a damage taken increase.
Rallying
You should
cry.
100% interrupt the curse. It's a very, very bad debuff. It makes you take more damage and makes you do less damage. And it stacks. And it's 10% per stack. He's in the mouse team. Why am I...
Bop. Zephyr.
Why am I toxic? Please, somebody just... There we go. Just kill a boss. Just kill it. Do not AoE. There you go. Yeah, the mushrooms have been bugged for a while. I'm not sure if they fixed them now or not, but they've been bugged, yeah. I will not play Diablo. No, I don't think so. I was thinking about it, but the last time I played Diablo, I just kind of got bored of it pretty fast. But people have said really good things about this this Diablo version. But the thing is also, like, there's a new patch in WoW, so I have to play so much WoW at the moment to gear my character and to raid and stuff. Oh my god. Did they try not to hit any of the mushrooms specifically? Did they try to hit me? It's okay, I got this. I might actually hit all of them here anyway. Oh, see, they did explode though. Yeah, I don't know what makes them bug. Like, there's something that bugs them, but I don't know what it is. We can rest. I shouldn't clear the ones in front of the boss.
Zephyr.
Eh.
Corruption blooms.
We're making this harder than it has to be. So one thing, I guess, that people do something wrong here sometimes. Okay, sometimes the tanks do it wrong as well. Because the way you clear the mushrooms is by with the upheaval and with the boss's frontal, right? Or by just walking into the mushrooms and clearing them yourself. One thing that people sometimes do wrong is like the first combo is different than the other combos. So when you pull the boss, you get 2 upheavals, but only 1 shockwave. So only 1 frontal, but 2 upheavals, which is a random player thing. So what tanks sometimes do wrong is that they will pull the boss, like after the first shockwave, they will pull the boss towards like a clump of mushrooms. And whenever the boss is facing like a clump of mushrooms, because the upheaval is proximity based when it comes to like the impact, right? So the further away you are from the boss, the more time you have to move out of the upheaval before it blows up. So technically, the mushrooms should be as far away from the boss as possible when you kill them with your upheaval, so you have more time to walk out. But what tanks sometimes do wrong on the first one is that they don't move the boss away from the mushrooms because they think that there's another frontal before the festering, before the AoE, but there's not. There's only 1 shockwave, but 2 upheavals, right? So sometimes the tanks just pull the boss super close to the mushrooms, and then a lot of players think, oh, the tank is standing close to them, so I don't have to kill them with my upheaval, right? But then there is no more shockwave, and then the mushrooms just blow up. So tanks have to make sure they're pulling the boss away from the mushrooms if there's no more shockwave, but there's still an upheaval happening, right? But that's one thing that tanks always do wrong, or I see them do wrong a lot, at least. Not saying that everyone does it wrong, but yeah. And then another thing I see damage dealers do wrong, and healers as well, is that when there is another shockwave incoming, then they will clear mushrooms in front of the boss. Which is not good. Like, if there is another shockwave incoming, then you shouldn't be clearing the things in front of the boss, because obviously that's the ones the tank is going to clear with the shockwave, right? So if you can choose between clearing mushrooms away from the boss or close to the boss, you should always choose the ones away from the boss, unless the tank made a mistake and is tanking the boss too close to the mushrooms when there's no more shockwave incoming, right? Then you should be clearing in front. And then you can flame the tank afterwards if you die, because you don't manage to walk out of the shockwave, out of the upheaval swirly. Hey, fam, what's up? No flame, just smile. Of course, you never flame. Before first big AoE, there are 3 shockwaves, but at least CVM shows third one that is false. Wait, no. Before the first big AoE, there's only 1 shockwave, right? Or 2. Maybe there's one at the... Yeah, maybe there's 2. Okay, yeah, then it's 2 and 3. Basically, there's just 1 less shockwave before the first AoE, while the other ones have 1 more. Always 2? Wait, now I'm confused. You saying there's always 2? So the first one does not have 1 less? I was under the impression that the first one has 1 less. that not true? Or is the first one always 2 and then the other ones are 3?
Cleansing area.
You're saying it's always just 2. Huh.
Detected. Sanitize.
I mean, it's also possible that maybe it's just Bigwix that is wrong on the timers. Like, I just know that every single time when, like, on the first AoE, people, like, do it wrong. Or, like, people assume there's another shockwave when there's not.
Rallying cry.
So I don't know if it's just, like, the timers that are wrong, or if the boss is doing one less shockwave, or if maybe, like, the timers are different. Like, maybe usually the last thing before an AoE is a shockwave, except in the first one it's an upheaval. I don't know. But then the first one there's something different. And people just always like mess it up and don't use the upheaval to clear their mushrooms. Because they think there's another shockwave when there's not. And usually it's the tank that pulls the boss wrong and then players are getting confused. It's also possible that just the timers are wrong. So maybe people get confused because of the timers being wrong. I don't know.
Contagion detected. Sanitize.
Sanitize. Also, there's like an incredible amount of people that do not understand this boss fight. Oh, that was a spore. That was a spore. I saw it. Got assassinated by a spore spawning. To be fair, this boss fight is also just really dumb. This must be one of the dumbest boss fights in M+ to ever exist. Like, I don't know what the purpose of this fight is, honestly. It's just stupid.
Purge protocols engaged.
But I guess what a lot of people don't understand is that this circle thing is there to cleanse your magic debuff and not to cleanse the petals on the floor. I mean, yeah, it does cleanse the petals too, but it's not necessarily
Virulent source.
something you have to do.
The Titan bought us time, but Gahun will not stay contained for long.
Give me my belt?
We must gather our
Nah.
forces and stop the rot at its source.
Never belt. We get the cloak again, of course. I'm using Cancelara stuff. Unfortunately. Is that a big issue to clear both? Yeah, so the thing... Okay, so the way the boss works is that the petals on the ground, they're just the spores, right? Like, the spores die and form a petal on the ground, and then they will, like, they will just, like, spawn again from the petal, right? So that's how the petals work. But the thing is that there's so many petals that you realistically... Like, the circle that you get to clear them... It doesn't matter if you have like 50 spores or 48, right? Like, clearing the petals on the ground is very low value because you have so many anyway. So what you're supposed to do with the circle is cleanse the debuffs of the people, which has infinitely higher importance than cleaning the petals on the ground. Because the way the debuff works is that there's a magic debuff on the whole group that stacks up every time based. Like every X amount of seconds you get a debuff on the whole group that ticks for damage. It's a dot and it stacks. So, you know, it starts at 1, then you get 2, then you get 3, and the circle cleanses all of your debuffs. And that is just like incredibly, like that's so much more important than cleansing anything on the floor, because the debuff is what kills you, and healers cannot dispel them all. They are magic debuffs, so technically they can dispel them, but they cannot dispel the whole group unless they're priests or something. So it's really important to cleanse the debuff off of yourself. If you miss one circle, like if you don't get dispelled by one of the circles, then the healer should dispel you to make sure that you don't have them anymore, which some healers also don't necessarily do. I've seen that a lot, where one person just didn't get cleansed, and then the healer also just does not dispel them, and then they die. But yeah, the main thing that does damage to you in that boss fight is just the debuff. It can probably show you the damage taken by spell. Dun, 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 dun. Yeah, see, it's like, this is the debuff. And the rest is just tank. So you can see that, like, almost all of the damage that you take is just from this one magic debuff that stacks up on the group. You can also, like, if you have any kind of immunities or stuff like that, to cleanse the debuff once in a while, then you can do that too. Just don't cleanse it immediately before a circle comes up, I guess. Because then it's like there's no real point. But there's sometimes where immediately after the circle cleansed you, you get a stack. And that's usually the worst timing. Because then you get... Then you just have a higher uptime on a higher stack on the whole group. And that's usually when you can use your... like, dwarf racials or immunities or whatever you have. I feel like a lot of healers don't know what debuffs are important to dispel yet. Yeah, that's true for sure. Thank you so much for 71 months. S1 Plus, what's up, what's up? Thank you. That's a lot of months. Yeah, let's get this incorporeal script. Wait, it's a script? Oh. Okay. Yeah, I need to move the marker. Where do we move that? Maybe I just move it to like a little bit to the left, but still on the top. Oh, but I guess the issue is, wait, buff tracking. Yeah, I guess, no, wait, where are the icons again? Or the markers? Thank you so much for the sub, Quantraman. Thank you so much. And thanks for 3 months, Stepmanio. Thank you so much. Welcome back. Dude, I would love to have a dwarf druid. That'd be so nice. Is it under enemy NPC? Shit, does anyone know where the markers are? Marker settings? I swear to God, like, I like Playter because it has so many settings, but the option interface must be like one of the worst interfaces out there. Like, it's just so incredibly confusing. Like, things are at like the weirdest options, and like, I don't know, it's so weird. Like, even the search function, because there's a search function, which is nice, but it's here. Like just, even the position of the search function is weird. I don't know. Is it just like under buffs or something? Yeah, why isn't it at the top or like at the start or I don't know. It could be next to the scaling thing somewhere here. Yeah. Shit, I guess no one knows. Well, let's figure it out then. Would it just be under... Wait, where are my debuffs? Warframe 1, Warframe 2, Ors per row. Shit. Okay, I don't get it. Why is it so hard? What does extra rate mark even mean? Oh, there's rate mark? But this is under targets. What does that mean? Ah. But this is not my current target. Why is it still there? I don't understand. Anyway, center. Let's just move it to the left, I think. It's just... Or... So my debuffs are here. Crowd control is in the middle. On the right side... What do I have on the right? Oh, on the right I have cooldowns. And maybe we just put it like this. Or maybe I do just keep this middle one. Well, it's not that easy to see, though. Maybe left is fine like this. We remove this extra one, though. It looks a bit awkward, though. But now my root is in the middle, right? And then this on the side? I don't know. This seems fine. What do you think? Yeah, let's keep it like this. Yeah. Alright. Let's do some more Underrots. Oh my god, we got invited so quickly. Let's go. I want the bells. I have the ring already. It would be nice to get the ring with a socket, of course. But, yeah. So what did they do to the scar? And I actually have to look at the hotfixes. Let's see. Division and squad health reduced by 15%. Okay. Dragonfire Golem health reduced by 15%. Okay. Skarn will now berserk on all
Our trolls are
difficulties.
scattered, but
Okay.
we must find the source of
Adjust the
rot
position of
and
the Dragonfire
destroy it.
traps.
Guard yourself.
Alright.
Who knows what lurks in
Shrapnel
these
bomb
caves?
reduced to 3. Yeah? Okay, that's good. Fix an issue that could cause an inappropriate amount of shrapnel bombs to spawn. Scar no longer activates tactical destruction based on his location. Oh. Well, but then according to what? If it's not based on location, what is it? Random? Wait, is it actually random? Dude, that would be so bad. Can you imagine? Tactical destruction is absolutely random. It's like, good luck. Based on players. I mean, it makes sense why they're doing this. Like, they don't want you to have a room full of fire or like a side full of fire and then a tank walk into the fire to trigger, right? Like, they specifically want you to have parts of the room clear so you can walk there to proc the destruction. Which I guess makes sense. I don't think I hate that change. It just makes you play the fights
4,
differently.
2, 1.
Like, it just means that you want to clear some parts of the area where you want to
Your
bait,
trolls are scattered, but we must
which
find
is
the source of the
fine.
rot and destroy it.
in my opinion. Like,
Guard
it's not
yourselves.
horrible.
Who knows what lurks in these caves?
Because you even just need to clear one. Like, what you can do... Like, you could literally just have one person hold Trap Disabler. And then right before the tactical destruction, you just clear one trap in the correct location. And then everyone just walks into that area. Right? I mean, that doesn't seem like that bad. It's a lot of movement, I guess. But you don't need everyone to walk there. You just need a majority of players to walk there, I guess. So it can be baited by melee players, I guess. Do we not have any other CCs? Any hexes? There you go. Oh, I'm rooted. Oh! Help! Oh my god, everything's on me. Okay, so it makes the nameplate smaller once there's a seed, but it still doesn't have... Did it have a different color? I mean, I can change the color, presumably, to whatever I want. But I think it didn't necessarily have a different color, right? Or maybe I just didn't see it.
For the glory of the
I'll check in a second.
Goons, I'll take you.
Oh, the Suigura. I just now realized this Uyghur is messed up. Probably because I copy pasted the display. I shouldn't have done that. Okay, I need to fix this Uyghur asshole. Okay, it is a little bit of a different color, but it's too similar to the one that I have. So I'm gonna change it to something else, I guess. Yeah. Spells is better than Fragment. When you say 100% of the time, when you say all top players are using Frag, then how many are those players? You always have to think about the fact that people might just not, literally just, maybe they just don't have the trinket, you know? Like, it's very possible that people just don't have it, right? Like, it's pretty early on in the patch, so people might literally just not have certain trinkets. Doesn't mean that whatever the top players are wearing is, like, the best in slot trinkets. It might just be the best that they have. Shit. Oh, that maggot. That maggot got us. Yeah, Spoils also drops in a dungeon that is like the hardest dungeon out of all dungeons. So, I mean... Also, like, there's none of them plus strings are very good, yeah. Like, raid trinkets are just, like, better. So maybe people... I mean, I personally am not farming spoils right now because I'd just rather have a raid trinket, you know? But I do think spoils is probably pretty good for Sarkarath, so I am intending on farming it. I just really don't want to do Notharis. Like, Notharis just seems like such a bad dungeon to farm. Oh. I don't think we should have battle rest. But, oh well. I think we should just do the boss. I don't want to wait 5 minutes, right?
rallying cry.
No way. We're gonna wait 5 minutes for Bloodlust to come back up? Man, I honestly don't understand this. Why do people think it's so important to have Bloodlust for Kragmaw? Like, I don't get it. That boss is really not that hard. Like... Why the hell do people think you need Bloodlust for it so badly?
Be allowed to reach the surface. Destroy
It's
it
crazy
now.
to me. I mean, I understand that the boss runs around a lot, but if your intention is to just save time, right? Which I get. Like, lasting Kragmaw saves you a lot of time. But it's not gonna save you a lot of time if you're backtracking half the instance. Like, at that point, you could have just killed Kragmaw and you would have saved more time. Right? Because walking to Sancha and then walking all the way back and then walking here again is also a pretty big time loss, right? So I don't think you're saving any time by backtracking that much. Clear the front, clear the front, clear the... Okay. I guess we bubble it or something? Thanks for Prime, Durian. Thank you, thank you. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, Senjutsu, yeah. And it's not even guaranteed that Lust saves you time at all on Kragmaw, right? Like, sometimes Lust might not save you. Because the only time that Lust saves you a lot of time in Kragmaw is if you get one less Tantrum, right? But you're not guaranteed to get one less Tantrum by lasting it. You might also just not get one less.
Corruption blooms.
No, I mean, I do think that lasting Kragmaw does save you time if you're skipping up tantrums. It definitely does save you time, because a tantrum is a pretty big time loss, because people have to run around clearing ticks, right? Like, it's definitely... You're saving time for sure if you're skipping a tantrum. But not to such an extent that it would make it worth it to backtrack like half the dungeon. Like, it doesn't save you like minutes or whatever. Because look, I mean, we have to walk all the way back now. And then all the way back again. Which is the same as doing like 2 tantrums. Right? Like, all of this time here is just wasted. I mean, it's not that I necessarily care that much. I just wonder why people do it. I think this might be just like a relic from the past. Because in BFA, lasting this boss was incredibly important. Not to save time, but because this boss was actually really hard. Like, Tantrum did so much damage, and healers just barely managed to heal it. So getting one more or less Tantrum might have actually, like, meant you time the key or you do not time the key, right? Because people were actually wiping on this boss a lot in BFA. So lasting this boss was super important. But now it's not important anymore because this boss, like the tantrum just doesn't do that much damage anymore. Or at least on these kind of keys that you're doing nowadays. Tantrum still does a decent amount of damage, but not on like a 20, right? All the wait's 10 seconds. Dude, it's for sure more than 10 seconds. The time that you have to backtrack is for sure more than 10 seconds. 100% more than 10 seconds. Because you have to go here to Cragmaw and back, right? And then the question is, how much time do you save on this boss if you last it? Like, you always have to consider how much time do you even save lasting this boss. Is he gonna save you, like, a minute? No. For sure not, right? He'll save you a wipe, but why would you wipe on Cragmaw? Like, that's what I don't understand. Why do you think that he would wipe on Cragmaw? Like, how is Lust gonna not make you wipe on the boss? I don't understand why people think you would wipe on the boss if you don't have Lust. Because you get tantrums no matter if you Lust or not. If you're not soaking the ticks and you wipe because of it, then Lust is not gonna save you. Like, right? I mean, at that point, you're gonna wipe no matter what, right? I can't understand. Because the only thing that can wipe you in Cragmaw is if you don't soak the ticks, right? Like, that is literally the only thing that can wipe you. On a 20. On a higher key, you might die to, like, tantrum damage, I guess. But... Well, whatever. Like, what I'm just saying, I think skipping, like, waiting for Bloodlust 5 minutes to come back and do Cragmaw is a complete waste of time. That's just my opinion. If you disagree, sure, whatever. If you think Cragmaw is so hard that you need Bloodlust for it every time, that's, I guess, that's what you think, I guess. I heavily disagree, though. In fact, I would say lasting the last boss makes a lot more sense. Like, at this point, you might as well just save Bloodlust for the last boss. Rather than lusting Cragmaw and backtracking for a minute. People even do it on 40 fights. Like, okay, tyrannical lasting bosses, okay, one thing, yeah. But I've seen people backtrack and, like, using lust for Cragmaw on 45 keys. On plus 19 45 keys. I don't know. I think it's completely useless.
Planetary infection imminent. specimen detected. Containment priority 1. Devour! Consume!
Devour.
Cleansing area.
I even think, like, even if you put charges, like, in a bad spot, I think it's still really easy to soak. If people just soak. I guess the main issue is people are just not soaking. But yeah, even if you put a charge, like, in a bad spot, it's not, like, it's not soakable. You have so much time to soak it. You just have to do it.
Purge protocols engaged. Cleansing area. Cleansing
Rallying
area.
cry.
But yeah, this boss here does infinitely more damage than Kragmaw, right? Like, this boss just does perma damage. While Kragmaw just does damage once every tantrum, and even that one is just not a lot of damage. If every damage dealer uses the defensive, they probably don't even need a single heal on a 20.
Contagion detected.
If I use Bark Skin and, like, maybe Renewal, then I don't need any other healers, I think.
Detected.
Probably just fine.
Cleansing area.
This boss, on the other hand, it scares me.
Cleansing area. Purge protocols engaged. Purge protocols engaged.
Nice, okay, time for the belt.
Destroy virulent source.
This time for sure. No, why do I keep losing this stupid okay. Fuck me. Oh. Hey, Braco, what's up? Why's my bag being weird? Alright, we can make a cloak collection or something. Oh yeah, the Uyghur. Shit. How do we fix this Uyghur? What do we do? I guess I just import it again. Update. Display. Oh yeah, I can do this. This should have probably fixed it. I think. I think I should do 23, actually, because then it drops one more item, right? Or at least there's a high chance of it dropping another item. I thought BM was turbo S here. People always, like, you... I think when people say that BM is turbo S here, then it's about rating, right? Like, you have to, like, apply logic whenever you think about tier list. You can't just say... You can't just look at it in plus overall damage thing and say, oh, I thought BM was bad. It's like, yeah, because it's bad in a rate. And placid rating is very different. You can't just compare the two. Or, I mean, you can compare the two, but you can't just say, like, oh, if this class is good in a rate, then it must be good in a class as well. Oh, you can't change the color? Oh. Oh, that's annoying.
The blood trolls are scattered, but we must find the source of the rot and destroy it. Guard yourselves. Who knows what lurks in these caves?
Oh, he changed his 410. Okay, yeah. Well, maybe we just check back then once they updated the weaker a few times. I should probably sim if normal trinkets are better than... There's no way normal trinkets are better, right? 437 item level? I don't know. Maybe? Yeah, what is your opinion? Yeah, actually, I wanted to know, like, what is your guys' opinion about their new, like, M+ thing? With the seasons, like, rotating fully through and stuff. Is that actually something, like, how do you feel about it? Do you like it, or would you rather just have the new dungeons all of the time? Or do you prefer that there's old dungeons? Because I know that a lot of people were really upset when they announced it initially. And I personally was kind of thinking that having the fresh season with, like, new dungeons every season is probably making up for the fact that you don't get the new dungeons immediately, right? And I think it, to me at least, I think that was true. Because it definitely feels very fresh now, and plus, because we don't even have a new seasonal affix, right? I guess we also have a lot of other new affixes though, because they updated the affixes. But even without the affix update, I still think that M+ just feels so different now compared to season 1. Like, it's just
5,
very, very fresh,
4,
right?
3, 2, 1.
The blood trolls are scattered, but we must
I
find
love
the
it,
source of the
like,
rot and destroy it.
compared to Shadowlands,
Guard yourselves.
it's
Who knows
insane.
what lurks
To be fair, I also just really hate the Shadowlands dungeons, though. Like, Shadowlands was one of my most hated and plus expansion, honestly. Like, I just hated Shadowlands so much. Like, I don't know what it was, but I just couldn't do it. To me, that was horrible. Oh, we're going the other side. Oops. And I guess I'm also a little bit in the minority here, but I also really, really liked Dragonflight Season 1. I know a lot of people weren't the biggest fans, but I personally might even put it as like my most favorite season of all time, outside of Legion, because Legion was different. But between BFA, Shadowlands, and Dragonflight, I think I actually liked Dragonflight Season 1 the most. But I know that a lot of people didn't like it that much. And yeah, for this season, I don't really have like a proper opinion yet because I'm not doing high keys right now. I'm only farming low keys. So yeah, I don't really have like a fully formed opinion about this season yet. Because all I do is farm Underrot all day, so hard to tell if I like the other dungeons.
No, 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 no.
Time for the sacrifice! Goons overtake you! Goon be everywhere! Rotten wither! Rotten wither! Goons overtake
Maybe fine.
you!
Nice, looking good. Nice, New Elks. Thank you so much for the sub. Appreciate it. Welcome, welcome, welcome. And thanks for 14 months, Psycho. How are you?
Goon be everywhere! Rotten wither!
You don't have that many interrupts.
Goons overtake you! Rotten
Oh, but our tank is not gonna die. I think it might be good.
Rotten wither!
But yeah, I think I'm happy with the
Goons overtake you!
their new kind of idea of and plus changing a lot more.
Goon be everywhere!
Because there was like fun. The upside of having the same dungeons all expansion was the fact that you could really min-max strategies, which was kind of cool, you know? Like at the end of an expansion when people really figured out a dungeon perfectly and they knew exactly what to do and like had all of these like cool little details that they figured out about the dungeon. I don't know, it was kind of cool. But then at the same time, it also just increased the barrier of entry so much. Because people that did not play the dungeon for 2 years straight, it felt like it was super, super difficult to get into M+ as like a player that hasn't like spammed M+ all expansion long. So I feel like the barrier of entry is a little bit lower now. But people are slightly more toxic at the start of a season, I think. Maybe it will change. Probably not. One can only hope, I guess. But yeah, people weirdly... I guess it's just because people get frustrated. Because when this new season came out, people were so incredibly toxic if people didn't know the dungeon that well. Like, a lot more than usual, I feel like. And I think it partially was a little bit of a, like, projection, almost. You know what I mean? Hey, Nectarian, thank you so much for 9 months. What's up, what's up? I think people were projecting their own, like, lack of experience or lack of knowledge. And then just, like, flamed others, you know what I'm saying? So it's like they did a new dungeon and they maybe weren't as familiar with it. And then something went wrong and they're just flaming others. Even though they themselves don't really know the dungeon that well either. But they're just kind of projecting, you know, their own fucking, like, incompetence. At least that's kind of what it feels like. Because if you do know the dungeon really well and somebody else does not, then you can kind of still, like, carry a bit. But if you don't know the dungeon that well yourself, and other people also don't know the dungeon, then I guess you just get increasingly frustrated, maybe? I don't know. I'm trying to understand toxic players, but... I'm trying to, like, look into their brain and understand why they're toxic, you know? Maybe they're just toxic because, though. Maybe there's no deeper meaning behind it. Yeah, I do think it might be a little bit of projecting, though. Or more than usual, because people do that always. Shit, I'm taking a... Shades. Yeah, I do think it's a superiority complex, but like I think it mainly happens when people are closer in skill level. You know what I mean? Because if there's a player that is clearly much better than the other players, then I feel like you're less... Like, in your head, you're, like, gonna blame people less because you know for a fact that you just have more knowledge than them or you're just better than them. And you're not gonna sit there blaming them. Like, you're just gonna try your best, I guess, most of the time. You know what I mean? But the closer people are in skill level, the more they just kind of project their own incompetence onto others. Because it's easy to do. Blaming others is always easier than blaming yourself. Because that would mean you would have to admit mistakes, of course. But yeah, I very highly doubt that a really good player would run a +10 key and then flame somebody for, like, I don't know, baiting the charge wrong on Kragma or something, right? Like that, you know? But if you're just barely, or you think you're better than them, and there's just like a barely, like a small difference. Like, maybe you ran the dungeon like 5 times, and the other person ran the dungeon just twice. Then some people feel immediately entitled to like flame them. Dude, I can only imagine these players like learning a fact about something, and then they run afterwards immediately flaming others for not knowing. Like that's exactly how I imagine these like toxic and plus players. Where they, like, let's say they run Underrot and they made a mistake by, I don't know, like baiting the charge on Kragma wrong, right? And then somebody explains this to them. It's like, oh, actually, if you bait the charge over there, then it will be better. And then they're like, oh, nice, thank you. And then the run immediately afterwards, they're gonna be like, oh my god, I can't believe you don't know how to bait this charge, you fucking idiots. Like, that is exactly how I imagine these people. That's a lot of sex. There we go. You reset. This 100% happens? Yeah, I know. It does for sure. People are less toxic now than before? What do you mean by that? Do you mean do you think people are less toxic in season 2 than they were in season 1? Or like what do you mean by before and after?
What manner of creature is this? It must not be allowed to reach the surface. Destroy it now!
And yeah, this debuff. Wait, I'll show you again. Right, so damage taken increased by 10% and damage done reduced by 10%, yeah? I had to double check now because I wasn't 100% sure. But yeah, this debuff here is really bad. It makes you take more damage and it makes you do less damage. So definitely want to drop that. And dispel it, I guess, as well. If it goes up. Fortunately, we don't have an interrupt for this one. Now, we do... Because it's just 10% per stack, I believe. So right now, some people are doing 30% less damage. Yeah.
Rot must spread.
Okay, so there was one shockwave, right? Oh shit. Oh, okay, so it's 2 shockwaves, yeah. I'm gonna see if there's also 2 shockwaves after this. Alright, let's count this now. Alright, so 2 shockwaves in the first.
Corruption blooms.
Okay, now let's count. One. Yeah, okay, so it is 2 actually. It's just that the timing is different. Yeah. Okay, yeah, it's just different timing. So on the second one, the shockwave is the last thing to happen before the AoE. And then the first one, the upheaval, is the last thing to happen before the AoE. I guess that is what's throwing people off then. I actually thought it's a different amount of shockwaves. Hey Dashu, thank you so much for 63 months. What's up? And thank you so much for 89 months, Kana. How are you doing? Me too, Kana, me too. Finally back home. It took a while. Been gone for a month or so.
I have never seen this form of corruption before. If this spreads to the surface, we will not be able to contain it.
But now I'm good. No, I don't think I'm a touchpad warrior. I don't think so. I know that people, like, I heard people talk about touchpad warrior. Like, it's someone's, like, I think Jack might have, like, met him in Kalamasi. But I don't think they were at the facility, or maybe I just didn't see that. I don't know. Whoa. Jesus. Calm down. Oh, we pulled the corruptor somehow? Oh, maybe we wanted to pull it? I don't know. Sorry. Hey, Yeti, what's up? What's that case in a fire mage? I do not know. It's a good thing though, Ghost Doggo. Like, understand. Like, here's the thing. I know I say, like, I explain this all of the time, but I think there's a lot of people that don't understand this way of thinking. So I'm going to talk about it again. So if there's any kind of special items, like special trinkets or special, like, tier set, or, like, basically anything that is equipable, like any kind of item, you're actually better off if that item is not incredibly good for your class or for your spec. And I understand that people want to be, like, getting an item and, like, be super happy about it in a sense that, like, oh, I just got this trinket and I'm doing, like, 20% more damage. Like, I understand that that feels good, but you also have to understand that if that is true, if there is an item that increases your damage by 20%, then what if you don't get it? Right? Like, you always have to think about the opposite scenario where you do not get the thing.
Virulent specimen detected.
Because in the end, the way balancing is done, the way the classes are being balanced is by assuming everyone has their best in slot items, right? Blizzard doesn't balance classes around not having any items, right? Blizzard looks at your class, and if there's a trinket that is super strong for you, then they will balance your class around having that trinket. Same goes with any other special items. Like, for example, the Hunter Bow from Vault of the Incarnates, from Rasagath. It's not that Hunters did 20% more damage than everyone else once they had the bow, right? They did 20% less damage than everyone else if they didn't have the bow. So it actually works kind of against you if you have an item like that exists in the game. Like, it's much better if items aren't that strong for you. Of course, it's nice to have, like, good trinkets, but there has to be, like, a certain, like line. Like, yes, we want our class trinkets to be good for us, but we don't actually want the class trinket to be super OP. Like, that would actually be bad. So you should be kind of happy that our class trinket is not that strong. It's actually a good thing for us. Because then you're not so reliant on having it, right? Same with any kind of tier bonus. It's usually better to have a tier bonus that isn't that strong. Because, like, the Moonkin tier bonus in Season 1 was so OP that if you didn't have it, it was horrible. Like, if you played Moonkin in Season 1 and you did not have tier, then you might as well just not play Moonkin at all. Like, that's how bad it was if you didn't have it, right? And that just kind of sucked.
Contagion detected. Sanitize. Cleansing area. Cleansing area.
Oh, sorry. That disengaged with the priest not follow. Okay, we have dispels.
Pathogen detected.
What's the other one? Oh, yeah.
Sanitize. Engaging final safeguard. Destroy virulent
Belt!
source.
No! Why is he doing job?
Cool. Get help. I'll see
He's
what I can
stupid
do from
cloak!
inside Uldir to stop this corruption.
Stop it! Oh man. I can't see this cloak anymore. Tank Games, thanks for 2 months. What's up? Plus there's a balance team. I mean, of course, crafting would be better, but I don't have infinite sparks, right? All right. I'm so tired of Underrot. Man. Should I just do a Neltharis, like, in between? Maybe get spoils? Oops. I haven't done a Tyrannical Neltharis at all. I don't have a lot of IO. 2,400. I mean, I still haven't done a lot of keys, right? I haven't played a Tyrannical Neltharis at all. I haven't played Fortified Freehold or Fortified Alderman. And I don't have any points for Vortex Pinnacle Tyrannical because we depleted the 20. And we were so much over time that it got 0 points. You know, 2.6k, all 20s done last city and 440. I can't get into 20s this city. I think 20s are in general just really hard to get into. I think, like, if you're just farming vault and items, you should probably just do 21. Like, either 19 or 21. Because 19 is the highest for, like, end of dungeon item level, so a lot of people don't want to do it. Because they want the vault simultaneously as the highest item level. And if you do 21 or, like, 22... then usually people that only want the vault are not in there, I guess. So, like, maybe you have an easier time getting invited. Hardest dungeon tyrannical? I think it's still Neltharis. Isn't Neltharis the hardest dungeon in general? Like, no matter which the affixes are. Because the dungeon is a bit messed up. The timer's also really close, I think. But we can check. Let's check what the hardest dungeon is. Alright, so Brackenhide and Underrot seems pretty easy. Freehold easy. Halls also like okay, I guess. Let's take a look. Okay, so 225 Brackenhides and 10 24s. Then there's 225 freeholds and a lot of 24s. No 25 infusion and 8 24s. So that's definitely, so Halls definitely seems harder than Brackenhide and freehold for sure. Then 224 Nelf. That's the hardest dungeon so far. But it's interesting because the timer looks easy. Because there's two chests at 23s. So that means the reason why this dungeon is hard is not the timer, but rather the dungeon itself. Mechanically being hard. There's not a single 24 in Neltharis. So that's the hardest dungeon for sure. So far, at least. Underrot is easy. Vortex Pinnacle. There's 2 24s Vortex, so also not that many 24s. And Uldaman, there's a decent amount. Alright, so Neltharis seems to be the hardest. Followed by Vortex Pinnacle. Which I believe is kind of the same thing on 45 too. Thanks for 6 months, Valorant. Thank you, thank you. Hey, Adler. Thanks for 52. What's up? How you doing? Oh, wait. I don't have an Altharis port. Yeah, Neltharion Slayer also seemed decently hard, but not that hard. I mean, I'm always looking at high keys. Like, there's... Because if you look at Neltharion Slayer, there's 2 24s that are timed, and there's 2 chested 23s, which means the timer is easy. It just means the dungeon itself is hard. But not as hard as Neltharis, because Neltharis doesn't have a single 24 that is timed. And only 7 23s. And that is for sure the hardest. And then Vortex Pinnacle also only has 2 24s. But a lot of 23s. Hey Dodie, good morning.
As a good friend and the loyal
Yeah,
supporter I know you
the interesting thing about some dungeons that are difficult is that some of them are just difficult in a sense that like some bosses are hard or some trash pulls are hard to actually execute. But Neltharis is difficult in both scenarios, in my opinion. Because there's 2 different difficulties in a plus. One is the timer of the dungeon. Because it can be like super lenient or super close, right? And then the second difficulty is like the actual mechanics of the dungeons can be super hard. And if both of it is hard, like if the timer is difficult and the dungeon is difficult from a mechanical standpoint, then that's obviously the hardest combination, right? And Neltharion's Lair, for example, seems to be pretty difficult mechanic-wise. But timer-wise, Neltharion's Lair seems to be pretty easy. So you're never, like, super pressed on the time. You just have to, like... You don't have to do any crazy pulls. You literally just have to execute it, you know? And you just don't wipe, and then you time it. While in Neltharis, it seems to be that you have to not wipe, and you also have to do pretty, like, efficient pulls as well on top of that. Which makes it hard, I guess. We go left first? Left first, boss. Yeah, I personally
5,
don't think the
4,
left first thing is
3,
bad.
2,
The
1.
last time I did this dungeon, people were saying that left first is so bad. But I don't understand why that would be. Thank you so much for 2 months, Santia. Thank you so much. I think that was just a little bit of a copium thing. Because they did left first, and then they just thought it was infinitely better or something. Oh my god. Howie. This shit. Alright, so don't judge me if I make any stupid mistakes. I haven't done Neltharis that many times, okay? I'm being carried by my team. In fact, this is my first time doing Tyrannical Neltharis. What could possibly go wrong? Hey, Hybern, thanks for 3 months. What's up? So in the first boss, yeah, can he outrange like that frontal thing that he's doing with the... No. So there's no reason to stay away? Shit. My cooldowns aren't ready. Okay, now they are. But I should still go to the side to bait a charge, I guess? Or do you want to bait it further away? Was that a bad bait? I guess that was a bad bait. Or maybe it doesn't matter? I don't fucking know. Oh, that hurts. This swing hurts a lot, whatever it is. Whew. And this shot seems to hurt a decent amount.
Rallying cry.
Okay, well that was close. Easy dodge. Oh, this boss hurts. No wonder this is the hardest dungeon. Ah! Help! What is this dot? It's fucking nightmare fuel dot. Jesus. The actual fuck. Jesus Christ. Alright, now? I released. Was that bad? Do I have to run back? Yeah, right? It's yeah, I was thinking. Yeah, I was like, why are we resting? Yeah, because you just go right here, yeah. I didn't understand why they didn't release. So I thought there's something they're doing maybe on the right. Okay. Yeah, so this boss clearly has to be nerfed. Because that's just messed up.
Intruders! Where have you come from? Now Thalris belongs to the Kalashi now.
And I guess it wouldn't be messed up if there's other bosses that would do similar damage, but they're just not, right? Like... like, that's definitely an outlier for 22. I've done some other 22 dungeons, and none of them seem to be as bad as that guy. Like, if you compare it to Kragmar and, like, Underrot on a 22, that guy does nothing in comparison. Oh, this bleed also hurts a lot, I guess. I think I need a weaker for this bleed. Do I have one? I just didn't look. Oh no, I don't have one. guess I just, in general, don't have M+ weakers at all right now. I didn't import them yet. In just PC. So this boss, is there any benefit, like downside or upside, for doing the chains in any specific way? No, right? I forgot this already. Is there any purpose in like can you just do them all like instantaneously, or is there any reason or purpose? I mean, I know that the boss has to be like, you have to interrupt the boss, like I get that. But is there like any like less or more damage if you don't do it all at once? How long is the debuff? Wait, is it just like an instant explosion? Or is it a dot? And if it's a dot, then how long does the dot last? Oh, it's 3 seconds. Ah, okay.
The hunt begins! Drown in slag!
Oh shit, I should have saved my cooldowns for the damage increase. Whatever. My cooldowns last really long anyway. Wait, what happened to my... Oh, never mind, never mind. We're good.
To the ground with you!
So is there kind of like a...
I'll have your head!
Ah. Do I just go... Oh. Yeah, fuck. Fuck! Well, shit. We can rest them all at least.
A lucky step!
Dude, this boss also does a lot of damage.
Drown in slag! I'll clip your wings! You're next!
Rallying cry.
Yeah, I think like on the first chain, the shaman wanted us to break them all at the same time. Because he spirit linked. So I think he just wanted to have us break them all simultaneously. This one cannot be dodged, right? Like this bleed? It just happens? Like it's or can it somehow be dodged?
I'll clip your wings! You're next!
Ah!
Spell warding.
Oh my god, I got spell warded. Thank the Lord.
A lucky step!
But yeah, even that boss seemed easier than the other guy that we did before. The magma tusk guy. That guy just seemed cursed as fuck. And I'm not sure. I don't know about a Weaver. I think I want to play Rattle in all of these keys. I mean, I'm kind of trying it because I want to see how it is. I don't think it feels good with these talents that we're running. Like with Smolder specifically. Because with Smolder, you just want to get Smolder onto the targets, right? Like, you just want to be casting fillers to get Smolder. But if you're casting additional globals because of procs, then there's just less fillers you can cast. Which means you automatically just have less Smolder uptime? I don't know. I like this. I don't know. I'm torn. Yeah, does this goulash thing work? Like, it's just it's a movement speed buff, right? But it only works out of combat? I'm just gonna line this guy. Oh yeah, I forgot that these flares are the spawn of hell. I forgot about that. I don't have Solar Beam yet. Maybe it's not that bad on Tyrannical. God, I hate shades. We have to kill those so they don't chain the guy? I usually, like, technically speaking from a playstyle point of view, I do like Weaver more. Just because it makes you more mobile and you just have more stuff to do. Like, just more globals while running and stuff. Like, it feels... Also, like, you're a little bit more versatile when it comes to your damage. So you don't have to choose between either AoEing or single targeting. Like, with Weaver, you can do both simultaneously, which feels nice. But I think there's just too many downsides to Weaver with the talent setup that we're running this time. And it's just worse than single target. Which is the main reason why you even played Weaver in Season 1, right? Like, the fact that Weaver was just better on single target and on smaller pulls was, like, the main reason why you played Weaver. Because on AoE, Rattle was always better. But now, Weaver is just straight up worse on single target by quite a lot. So, I don't really see a reason to run Weaver. But I wanted to test it because other Moonkins said that they really like it. So I kind of wanted to test it, but I'm not a fan of this. I don't think I like it. I also haven't really done high keys yet, right? Like, I haven't done super high keys. So I definitely... It might be different once you do, like, much higher keys. But in this key range that I'm doing, I don't like it. Okay, so what does this do? Goulash. The spicy stew energizes you instantly healing for damage, increasing movement. Ah, it's a heal as well. So I guess you can use it after a pack to heal or something. But if the movement speed is gone when you're in combat, then you don't really do much, I guess. Alright, so this boss seems to be doing a decent amount of damage only when he does the AoE in the middle. Everything else seems fine-ish.
Let's see what I have for you.
Oh.
I'll hammer you into shape. Heating up fast.
I'll innovate the next AoE.
Let's see what I have for you. Trim and punch. Flinch the forge. A weapon brought just for you. Trim and punch. Heating up fast.
There seems to be such a small CD between the AoEs. Right? Like, that seems to be one of the biggest problems here. There's very, very little time between the AoEs, it seems like.
I'll hammer you into shape. Flinch the forge.
Very nice. Do we... Oh, okay. Oh, we're doing this guy too. I guess this guy doesn't really do much, right? I don't know. I guess these things, I don't know how much damage they do. Huh. That's not that bad. There's a lot of dodging though, which is really annoying for ranged DPS. Like these puddles. Yeah, otherwise this guy doesn't seem that bad. This mini boss dude. There's a lot of swirlies. There's definitely... Okay, I haven't played that many different than Plus because I've done mainly Underrot, yeah? But it feels like there's less... A little bit less swirlies than in Season 1 to dodge as a range though, right? Like, I feel like... Because swirlies in general are not an issue. It's just an issue when they spawn, like, really quickly. And I feel like in Season 1, there were so many swirlies that just spawned instantly. Like, just the swirly spawned and you instantly had to move. Which is, like, the biggest annoyance for a ranged DPS. Because then you just have to, you have to interrupt your cast. While if a swirly is somewhat slowish, then you just finish your cast and then move. Which just feels infinitely better as a ranged, right? But in Season 1 of Dragonflight, it definitely felt like there's so many swirlies where you just have to move as soon as you see it. And so far in Season 2, it didn't seem like there's that many of them. Yeah. Yeah, that's a healer mechanic. Actually true. Oh, there's a wall. Are you guys actually happy about Thundering being gone? I personally didn't mind Thundering in the end. Oh, wait. I could respec. Shit, I forgot about Curse spell. I forgot that this last boss is a curse. My bad.
Stay your hand or taste the
I think I just used coolness on pull, right?
Royal.
Oh, I could have picked it up later.
Trinkets.
I'm stupid, right? No, actually, it makes sense to pick up somewhat early, because then we can
Grow to roaring
dispel them
flame.
as we go, I guess.
Royal.
Oh, this debuff hurts a lot.
Can't beat the heat.
Oh, this was an AoE. Was I not in range? Doesn't matter.
An embarrassment.
Is there even a point for everyone to pick up an item? Because you don't need them all, right? Like, you don't need 5 items.
Grow to roaring flame.
Does it make sense to just pick up less?
Royal.
You need 4? Need 3? Okay, chat is
Can't beat the
saying
heat.
different things. Is it 4 or 3? Looks like 3. Yeah, so only 3 players need to pick it up. Which
An
means that you also should only have
embarrassment
3
of
people picking it
riches.
up, right? Any more than that would just be a
Lost
waste
in flames.
of incoming damage taken.
Come forth and consume. An embarrassment of riches. Feel the burn. Embers grow to roaring flame. Have some trinkets.
Alright, nice, nice. Time to loot the trinket. No. God damn it.
You have arrived.
Wait, what is this again? Oh, it's just a thing. Where's my key? Now flare. Eh. Yeah, the last boss seems very easy in comparison to the other bosses. Alright, should we go back to Naltharis or back to Underrot? Oh, you can carry 2 items. It's probably better to just have 3 people pick up the items instead of just having one person like carry 2. Because if 3 people have an item, they can just use it instantly as the shield comes up and just instantly break it. Well, one person holding 2 items has to cast twice. Right? It's a minor thing, but... Maybe there's a little bit of a higher Underrot key. Like, I would love to do 23 for an extra item, but there's no one that wants to do a higher one. What do the boots do? I don't think I've ever seen the boots. Thanks for Prime, Mirrors. Thank you so much. Oh my god, did I break it? Okay, there it is. Oof. I'm farming gear. That's why I haven't done some dungeons, because I just don't need gear in them. Hmm. Why in the middle of my screen? Uh... Do you have to move them all individually? No, right? Hey, Suffix. All good. What about you? I'm a bit tired. Maybe I have another coffee. What do you think about that idea? Didn't sleep that long today. Because apparently I have backwards jet lag. Because that's a thing. It's a struggle. Yeah, backwards jet lag. Alright, give me 1 second, guys, and then we're gonna do some more Underrots, okay? Gonna get another coffee. Be right back. Oh my god. I almost spilled my coffee. But I didn't. Very good. Oops. Do you have any idea how to play Rotburst Totem as a Moonkin? I mean, there's nothing special to it. You just have to attack it. It's just that Moonkin is very bad at it. Like, you just put Sunfire and Moonfire in it, and then you do damage. The problem is the 2 globals that you need to put the dots on, other classes are already doing damage. So for 2 GCDs, you do nothing as a Moonkin, and everyone else is already doing damage. So... it is what it is. Yeah, Moonkin is horrible for these totems. It's actually a disaster. When Ink and Triple Star Search and Fear Balloon gets beaten by the Disc Priest. Yes. I'm honestly wondering if a Moonkin should even switch to it at all. Maybe better to just keep going on a boss to maybe get 1 less totem. It is a struggle. They won't invite me because they want Bloodlust. Back to Underrot Prison. I shouldn't do 19. I still need Vault. Yeah. I've been from Moonkin to Lock and it feels awesome. I mean, is Lock actually good in M+ right now? I mean, I assume Destra's really good. Yeah, I guess Destra's really good. Is it better than Moonkin though? I don't know. Probably not. Pretty sure Moonkin is just better than Warlock. And then plus. No matter which spec. Especially when you consider the fact that Moonkin gives Mark of the Wilds. Which is more valuable than Warlock Healthstone, I guess. The interesting thing about Moonkin is that I don't feel like, I think this time it's not actually as bad as he was in Season 1 on like lower keys. Because in Season 1, if you did 19 or 20 keys, Moonkin was already kind of shitty. Right? I don't know. Like, I felt like 19 to 20 was too low. Especially Tyrannical. This time it seems like it's fine, especially because we're already so geared, right? Like everyone's already 441. So in season, like if this was season 1 right now, I think Moonkin would do kind of bad in 1920s. But the new version of Moonkin, like this season version, seems to be a little bit better. Even if mobs die fast. Of course, you would like mobs to live longer than they are in a 20. But it doesn't seem like super horrible anymore. Some classes have too much burst. I agree. I hate how many classes have so much burst. Super annoying. Red pellets are crazy right now, are they? But like on... Like, do you mean just burst? Or just generally? I honestly don't have a single clue which classes would be the best right now for like high keys. I do not know. I haven't played high keys at all. And I haven't looked at what other people are playing. Let's take a look, I guess. Let's see what people are playing. Thanks for sub, Delco. Thank you so much. Oh yeah, Evoker must be pretty OP, no? And Shadow Priest, yeah. It doesn't look like there's any Evokers, though. Is Evoker maybe not as good as I was imagining it to be? I mean, I think Evoker just has, like... The biggest problem with Evoker and Plus is their mastery, right? Like, just the way their class does damage is just so weird for M+. Because you do all of this, like, upfront damage, which is problematic for aggro, first of all. But then second of all, like, you have all of this upfront damage, but then no one's, like, finishing anything off. Like, you just run out of damage. And especially for stuff like bolstering, that's really bad. So, I don't know. Like, they also don't have, I guess, like, not, I don't know, like, it's hard to tell. It looks like people don't know what's good either. Like, everyone's just playing everything. Like, there's, like, so many classes right now. Rogue Warrior, Shaman, Mage, Shadow Priest, Wind Fury, Windwalker. Wind Fury. There's DK. Frosty Kate also has, like, a shit ton of burst. Hunter, Red Paladin, Moonkin. Yeah, everyone's just Havoc. Devastation Evoker. Yeah, everyone's just playing everything right now, it seems. There's Warlock here as well. I guess no one has been pushing properly yet because everyone's still raiding, so people need to farm items and stuff. And they need to focus on filling their vaults and getting gear instead of farming score and doing high keys. So I guess there's no meta that really is established yet, right? Just no. Yeah, this is the damage dealing. I mean, yeah, that looks super balanced right now. Everything is being played. Yeah, usually that's like the funny thing, right? Because you know, before the patch comes out, people always ask, "What's the best damage dealer gonna be in M+?" Right? And I keep telling people we don't know. And there's so many people that just don't believe that. Which is funny because we actually have M+ out right now and people still don't know what's meta, right? Like, we don't have a meta yet. Because people actually have to play so much to understand what's good and what's not. Because it's not just about the damage the classes can do, but it's like also like the route that you're playing and how you actually do the dungeons in the end, right? So it's like impossible to know in plus meta early on. You always have to kind of try it out first.
4, 3, 2, 1.
The blood trolls are scattered, but we must find the source
I mean,
of
I
the
also
rot
heard that
and
vengeance is
destroy
like
it.
super good, but I don't
Guard
see many
yourselves.
vengeance. I don't know.
Who knows what lurks in these caves?
I'm not sure if that was just a meme or not. Hey, Patfoot. Hey, Jager. What's up?
Rallying cry.
I'm rooted.
Time for the sacrifice! Goons overtake you! Rotten wither!
I don't think I want this bar in the middle of my screen.
Goon be everywhere! Rotten wither! Goons overtake you! Rotten wither!
But yeah, I do have a feeling that Moonkin's gonna be good in high keys.
Rotten wither!
Just because Moonkin's already doing so well in lower keys. Which is a very good sign for higher keys.
Goon be everywhere!
Also, like, a really interesting thing about Moonkin is that it has, like, super consistent damage.
Rotten wither!
Like, it's not at all reliant on cooldowns whatsoever. Which is generally just really good for him plus. At least for... Yeah, I mean, sometimes having cooldowns is really nice. But if you always have good damage, like consistently always good damage, like I think that's just always preferred in plus, right? Rather than having only some pulls where you do a lot of damage. Mugen is a bit squishy though, I guess. But not like in plus it's not that bad. You don't die to one-shot stuff, which is always nice. And I guess in plus, you usually don't have as much rot damage as in a raid.
Rallying cry.
Oh yeah, yeah. If you have to switch to, like, I guess there is no scenarios that where you have to switch targets really quickly though, right? The only thing that I can think of where you have to switch targets really fast is the totem in Breckenhide, and then I guess the last boss in Vortex Pinnacle, like the Spark. So those two, Munkin definitely is bad at. But it's like very rare scenarios where you have to switch to something super quickly. Yeah, the totem in Alderman, but you don't... Well, yeah, I guess you kind of want... But it's not as... Like, you don't have to kill it as fast, you know? Of course, it's better if you kill it fast. But it's not like you have a deadline. I guess. Oh no, we're doing the whole skip again. Not again! Waiting for Bloodlust 5 minutes again. Wait, now we're going back after all? Well, I just used my cooldowns because I felt re-going this way. I don't know what our plan is. Hey, Rolf. Thank you so much for Prime. Appreciate it.
Wow.
Thanks for 2 months. Celeste, what's up? How are you? Man, this whole discussion again about Bloodlust and Cragmaw. Listen, you don't need Bloodlust for Cragmaw, okay? If you think you need Bloodlust for Cragmaw, then you're just playing the boss wrong. You just need to soak. Fucking soak it. I'm so excited to wipe now. Yeah. I mean, we're for sure gonna wipe now because I said that. I mean... It's okay, I soak. And could you imagine how useful Moonkins would be if we still had Stellar Drift? I would soak all of this shit. Thank God we have a healer that actually soaks them all. Love to see it. Love to see it. Okay, we can Bloodlust now, but maybe we just save it for next boss at this point. Never mind. "25 seconds Bloodlust uptime during Tantrum." Getting all of the value. Aw. Yeah, the slimy boots incident. What can you do?
What manner of creature is this?
It's just
It must
the
not be
theory
allowed
crafters
to reach this
collectively
place.
just
Destroy
did
it
not
now.
double check if they were implemented correctly. It happens. The funny thing is, I think this usually, like, I think the reason why it happened was because so many different classes are actually using boots. Because you would guess if there's an item that works cross class, that it would be more likely for people to actually test it. Because if it's like, let's say it's something like that is super specific to like arcane mage only, then you would think that it's more likely that that wouldn't be implemented properly versus a trinket that every range player uses, right? But then on the other hand, it's probably the opposite. Because I guess every theory crafter thinks, oh, well, I'm sure the other people checked, you know? Like, if every leather user wants to use these boots, then I'm sure the demon hunters checked it, or the rogues checked it, or the monks, or whatever, you know? So no one, like, felt responsible, maybe? To be the ones, like, checking it?
Corruption.
Rallying cry.
Well, the thing that was wrong with the boots was that because the way the boots work is that they give you minus haste. So they take haste from you and give you a damage proc in return. And in Simcraft, the haste reduction was not implemented properly. And no one noticed from the theory crafters. I mean, no one noticed at all. Not just the theory crafters didn't notice, but like even everyone in the raceable first was wearing them, right? So like, it literally just completely went undetected. It was implemented wrong in Simcraft. That's it.
Must feed. Corruption.
True, Liquid didn't use Moonkins. But it's not just Moonkins that had the boots, right? It was other leather classes too.
I have never seen this form of corruption before. If this spreads to the surface, we will not be able to contain it.
I used plate their nameplates. I don't know what I will craft because it like. Because the thing is that we already have crafted items at this point, right? And it 100% just depends what you have already crafted. Because next week we will get a spark,
Sacrifice.
but it's not gonna be straightforward, you know? It's not gonna be like, oh, everyone should craft this. No, it depends on what you already have and what your like 421 options are, I guess, as well. And what items you have. Like, it's a bit complicated. But the thing is that there's no embellishments that are like super good. Because the boots seemed so good because they weren't implemented properly. So we don't actually have any embellishments that are like gonna be super good. So it's not actually that big of a deal. It's just kind of whatever, I guess, at this point. Since all of the embellishments are kind of close to each other and all kind of like... I think they're like around 1% each. Which is, you know, it's obviously still something that you care about. But it's not gonna make it or break it if you have like the wrong embellishment. Like, it's not gonna be the end of the world. So don't worry about it too much. It's the same as if you play the wrong class or the wrong race, right? As long as you have embellishments. You should definitely have 2 of them. That's a lot of totems. Oh my god. I bet totems, I mean tentacles. Hi Bard, what's up? How's your trip home?
Virulent specimen detected. Containment priority 1.
From Ugly Troll. I still want to go Night Elf. But I keep saying it and then I never do.
Devour! Consume! Spread!
I also, like, still to this day do not understand this boss properly with the way his frontal works.
Cleansing area.
Like, as far as I understand, there's like a certain amount of puddles that will spawn no matter where you bait it, right? So baiting it against a wall like this is just like bad, right?
Cleansing area.
Because there's not enough space for all of the puddles to spawn. And then they will just spawn close to the wall in like a random location, right? Wherever there's space. Like, see, like one spawn here. That is how it works, right?
Contagion detected. Sanitize. Purge protocols engaged.
Rallying cry.
But now they did overlap here too, though. I know, this boss is weird.
Cleansing area.
Like, look at... I know.
Cleansing area.
Also, there's like this stupid invisible wall. I mean, I just know whatever we're doing here is probably not a good idea. This doesn't look very safe to me.
Cleansing area. Infected. Purge protocols engaged.
Oh my god.
Purge protocols engaged. Cleansing area.
Also, why do, like, sometimes spores spawn on you and do very little damage, and then other times spores spawn on people and one-shot them? What's going on there?
Cleansing area. Infected. Contagion detected. Sanitize.
Why does this guy not have a nameplate?
Contagion detected. Sanitize.
Oh, there it is. The hell?
Engaging final safeguard. Destroy virulent source.
Alright, now I'm gonna get the belt. It's happening.
Go! Get help! I'll see what I can
Wait,
do from
there
inside
you go.
here to stop this
Yeah.
corruption.
Well, we got 2 rings. Ringo says toxic thorn fruit wraps is a steer to 6. Yeah. Yeah. See, so it's not like a big deal. The problem with the toxic foot wraps is that they proc off healing. And it's like super cursed because they also proc off vessel as well, right? They proc off the trinket. Like this one. I don't know, like it procs healing off of this one. And then I think it also like procs weird stuff from like your friends at regen procs. And it's just like all weird. Oh, and it also procs like from corrupting flask as well, I think. And isn't there something else that damages you as well? Oh, and from this one too? I don't know. I don't know, it's just weird. So you can play the toxic foot wraps. I'm sure they're still good. But it's just like... I don't know if I'm gonna craft them just because they're like its own item. And that's like the biggest problem with these things. Because any non... Like, for example, I have these life-bound trousers, right? But I can just change the embellishment on this one. I can just turn it into whatever I want, right? But I cannot change the boots. And if I craft the toxic foot wrap things, then I can't change those either. Which again sucks, so I don't know. I don't know what I will do. Much smoother trip than most of the others had. Alright. How was yours? Yeah, it wasn't too bad. So I did manage to get my luggage out in Munich, which was good. So I didn't have to do this weird flight to like Vienna and Innsbruck. So that was really nice. But then I booked a shuttle for the wrong day and they didn't refund me the money. So I wasted 170 euros. So that happened. But other than that, it was good. Oh, and I didn't manage to sleep at all in the plane because I had a middle seat in the middle row. So I had the worst possible seat that you could imagine. So for the whole 10 hours of the flight, I didn't sleep for a single second. Which kind of sucked. In case people stuck for like 7 hours. Oh my god. Oh my god, that sucks. Jesus. Why are these flights always so cursed? It's like, nothing ever works out with these flights. Is leech considered healing? I use toxic thorn and my boots literally only proc damage. Like, it's just like really weirdly coded. No one understands exactly how they work because there's no logic to it as far as I'm aware. Like, it's just like a super random code where some things will proc damage and some things will proc heal, and there's no logic to it. It's really, really weird. Maybe there is a logic to it and people just haven't figured it out yet. Maybe it's like a super convoluted logic. I don't know. So, yeah. Like, some specs just get a lot more healing than others, and I don't know, it's weird. My go-to airplane phone app to kill time. I mean, I played a lot of TFT during my flight. I watched a lot of TFT. I played TFT, and I watched White Lotus season 2. I watched the whole season. So that's what I did, I guess. Usually if I have any intention of sleeping, or if I know that I could somehow sleep, then I will listen to audiobooks, because then I can close my eyes and listen to the audiobook, right? But in this flight, I just knew there's just no way I'm gonna sleep. Like, it was literally impossible. So I was watching something. Also, I don't know why the airplane was just so tiny. Yeah, I felt like there was absolutely no space. Because it was a Lufthansa flight, and usually they have really good, like a really good reputation to have nice everything. Lufthansa is just kind of like, it's a pretty good airline in my opinion, or in my experience. But this plane was so tiny. I don't know, there's no space. And I'm not like a big person. And the people that were sitting next to me were also not big people. And I still felt like if I do anything, I will somehow touch the people next to me. If I move my leg 1 inch, then I'll touch the other person's leg. And I couldn't like stretch my legs like below the, I don't know, like it was just, it was horrible. What's White Lotus about? It's like a show. It's like a. Yeah, it's hard to explain. Hard to explain. It's I think every season is different. So like it's not like a show that continues from season to season. It's just like each season is its own thing, its own story, and it's always about a hotel and like weird things happening in a hotel. But it doesn't really have a theme. Well, usually there's like somebody that gets murdered. But then that's not really the main thing of the story. It usually is just like about fucked up relationships between people. You know, I guess that's like the main thing. Thanks for 66 months. Thalers, what's up? Yeah, I'm pretty happy to be back home. I've been gone for so long. I've been gone for almost a month. So I'm pretty glad that I'm home again. I agree. The hotel manager in season 1 did such a good job. Like, the acting was pretty good. I did not get the belt, no. I'm not sure if I will ever get it at this rate. Oh, there's a 23. What food did you crave while you were gone? I don't know. I feel like the food, like in LA in general, just in general in America, I guess, in like a bigger city, it's just like too overwhelming. There's just so many things. I have no idea what they are. And there's just too many options. And then if the food that I'm used to here, they don't have that. So I don't know what, I never knew what the fuck to eat. It was really weird. And then everything is super expensive. You order Uber Eats once and you pay like $50 or $60 or whatever for chicken wings. I don't know. I mean, obviously they have pasta, but I honestly do not want to order pasta in America. Like, don't get me wrong, but I mean, I also don't order pasta when I'm here. I'm not gonna go to, like, I'm not gonna order pasta. Like, either you cook pasta yourself, or you eat it like in a restaurant if they have like a super special like extra sauce or extra something special, right? I'm not gonna order fucking tomato sauce pasta or something, you know, like that's just, that makes no sense. Also, Americans, and I'm not sure if this is like generally true, but at least from my experience that I had, they usually overcook pasta a lot, which is not like I don't like that. It's like, yeah. Thanks for 4 months, Loven. Thank you so much. I mean, I think it's just like a taste thing. Like some people just like when it's like cooked fully through. But to me, that's like, ugh. I did try new things. I mean, we went to like a lot of Mexican places where I had just had no idea what any of it is. The problem is as well that I don't like spicy food at all. And the problem, like, if you don't know what the food is, and you don't like spicy food, and then you go to a Mexican place, and here's the thing, like, I really don't like spicy food at all. Like, even if it's just like a little bit spicy, that's too spicy for me. Yeah. And people are always the same. Like, it's actually incredible. Like, every single time, without fail, I will ask, is it spicy? And they will say no. Or they will say something like, just very, like, it's not spicy at all. It's basically like nothing. And then I ordered it, and it's fucking spicy. Like, just because you can eat fire doesn't mean that it's not spicy, okay? But I had some, like, really good quesadillas. They were so good. Yeah, just invite me to this 23. They want a Shadow Priest. Come on. There we go. No, that was the other key. Okay, whatever. I'll take it. America's like, everything's squishy.
The blood trolls are scattered, but we must find the source of the rot and destroy it. Guard yourselves. Who knows what lurks in these caves?
Oh, wait. I didn't want to hit this priest. No, don't die. There we go. My travel form is key binded on mouse button 4. Yeah, mouse button 4. Yeah, full leather group, but that doesn't mean that they're gonna trade me the belt, right? Just to get it. Okay, I mean, this person might trade it. They have a socket, right? Certainly, they are not gonna replace it with another belt. Ooh, they have a crafted belt. All right. I see 2 traders. This person also has a crafted belt. Oh my god. Okay. I'm feeling this group so much. I'm feeling it. 3 letter people that can trade the belt to me? Oh my god. Yeah, the odds are in my favor unless they just don't trade it to me, which is also possible. I crafted boots and legs. Oh yeah, there's a lot of chain restaurants in the States. It's actually just insane to me how that happens. It's just kind of crazy. It feels like every single restaurant is a chain restaurant. It's also it's always so weird to me when I'm in America, because I mean I've been in America a lot of times already at this point, but it's still like everything is just like so like strange to me, like so different. Like all of these chain restaurants and like all of these like things that everyone knows how to do, but like you don't know because it's not normal here. Because I mean I live in a place like here where I live, we don't have a single chain restaurant here. None. Not one. There's just no chains here at all. So all of the restaurants that I know, they're all like private restaurants where you like go and sit down and you eat dinner. We do have like fast food restaurants as well, but like that's mainly like kebab places or like pizza slice places that are all like they're also like private stuff. Like they're not chains, food chains. So if you want to like have some fast food, you can still do that, but it's not like some food chain, right? And like all of these like weird common things where everyone just knows what you can get in a restaurant is like so weird to me. Like I enter this restaurant, like some random food chain that I've never heard of before, or maybe I did hear of it before, but I just don't know their menu. Because why would I know their menu, right? So you go to, I don't know, like, you know, Taco Bell or something, and then I feel like everything is so like rushed when it comes to like the whole eating culture and restaurant culture in the US is so like, oh, I just really don't like it. Like it's so rushed and it's so like it has to be everything has to be fast, and half the time you're not even sitting down properly. You don't get a menu. Like you have to order while standing on a touchpad, and then you pick up your food, and then maybe you can sit down, maybe not, maybe you have to eat it while standing. I don't fucking know, you know, like it's also so quick and so fast. And I understand that there's also restaurants where you can sit down, but even the restaurants where you can sit down feel rushed to me. Like even the restaurants where you sit, it's like things are just like happening. Here, when I go to a restaurant, it's like you sit down, then maybe like in 20 minutes you order food, like everyone looks at the menu for half an hour, everyone drinks something first, and then there will be like somebody like the waiter will come first and be like, hey, here's like some bread, and then here's like some butter, and then it's like I don't fucking know, and then at some point you'll get food, and it'll just all take forever, which in my opinion is just very chill. But yeah, in America, it's like eating just seems like a means to an end, but you still like pay a shit ton for it. So like that's what's weird to me, because paying a lot of money for food, I don't mind doing that if it's like a good experience. But then I actually want to enjoy it and like not rush through it. But I don't want to spend a lot of money on some food that I just like rush eating it. Like even if it's good food. Like people in the US sometimes tell me, oh, you have to order from this place. Like it's so good and blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, okay, but I don't want to spend $50 to order like a dish that I'm gonna eat at home at my desk after it was delivered to me. Like, you know? Like, I feel like half the experience when it comes to eating is like just like relaxing and chilling and like eating it in like a calm way, like somewhere in a nice environment. To me, that's like one of the important things about eating. I don't want to just like order something and then eat it right next to my PC. I mean, it's not that I don't like doing that. Like, I do like fast food as well. But then I don't want to spend a lot of money for it. Like, then I just want something cheap at that point, right? It doesn't help that some restaurants even have a time limits for how long you can sit at a table. Yeah. Yeah, it's just all. I just don't like. I just don't like that kind of eating culture. It might just be because I'm used to like a completely different thing, right? It's always whatever you're used to. And here where I live, as I said, there's just no food chains, and eating is never like super quick. Like you always take your time to eat, and you always like, you know, do it like as this whole experience thing. So that's why I'm just really used to that, and I like it. So whenever I'm in the US, I'm just like eating. It's just like, ugh.
Four, three, two, one.
Whiskey.
The blood trolls are scattered, but we must find the source of the rot and destroy it. Guard yourselves.
Yeah, I do
Who
agree it
knows
has
what
something to do with
lurks in
like
these caves?
just like the whole working culture also being just absolutely different. Like it's almost like working and living is just like the same thing. Like you don't have like a work life and this private life. It's just like it's both. The craziest thing is how they built some companies over there. Like there's companies that like incentivize for you to like spend your free time at the company, which is insane to me. Like that's just absolutely crazy. Like there's companies that will have like all kinds of like restaurants and like entertainment stuff there, so you spend time there. So you, I guess, talk to your colleagues outside of your working hours. I guess is the idea behind it. Which I mean, it does make sense. It's just kind of like very predatory. like, like the worst part about it is that it all costs money, right? Like the fact that these big companies spend so much money in building these infrastructures to incentivize their workers to stay at the company instead of giving the workers that fucking money that they used to buy like a fucking park and a bar in their company. You know what I mean? Like that's that's like the sad part. Like these millions of fucking dollars they used to build some, I don't know, some theme park in their company. They could have just given to their fucking workers that actually work for the actual work that they're doing, and not that they spent their free time there as well, you know? It's like... I guess we could have rest. But we have a rest druid, so I trust the rest druid to make the battle rest decision. Yeah, look at Vengeance single target damage. I mean, obviously the like 65k single target DPS. It's kind of here. No, you don't understand that socialism. My bad. Oh shit. Oh my god, I wasn't looking. Ah shit. Okay, whatever. I override my pulsar. It's also always very interesting when, like, whenever you use like esports events in general, people come from like all over the world, right? And it is very interesting whenever, like, whenever these different kinds of like cultures like meet, which is so different, right? I mean, esports in general is like different. But yeah, so some of the like the way people work or like what times they work and stuff is just kind of like the funniest thing was. See, we were at the Liquid facility, right? In LA. And there was like someone, I think it was like the COO or so, I don't know, like it was some like higher up that works at Liquid that had like their own office in the facility with like a glass door. And every time I walked past the door, I saw him working. But then I was like, okay, well, maybe they just like have weird working hours or whatever. But then this one time, we had like after Liquid won the race, we like celebrated, right? So there's like drinks and we just like, you know, we're just hanging out in the facility. And then and I kid you not, I believe at like around 11 p.m. this person that I was talking about was still working while we were all like drinking and like having fun like in the facility. And it must have been really loud because we were like, you know, there was music and we were having fun and drinking or whatever. And then it was just this guy working still at 11 p.m. which was just like insanity to me. Like, I don't know. I mean, I understand maybe it was like a special project or whatever, but this was something that happened like very frequently, that people would just still be working at like the weirdest hours. Like, how does that even happen? Oh my god, thank god we're not gonna be backtracking for Pragma. Let's go. I like this group. Whoa, you can shadow melt this? Wait, is there a good thing? Or... is he gonna do Tantrum earlier if you shadow melt it? Or is it still the same time? Oh, I got you, I got you. Yeah, I mean, yeah, I don't know. I just love seeing like the different kind of like different people from different nationalities and stuff like come together and then have all of these different kinds of experiences. It's very interesting. Even the whole contractor thing is also just like a very like American concept. Where instead of you being employed, you're you're just a contractor. Like that's not even legal in European countries. Most of them at least. Oh my god, can you believe we killed Kragma without Bloodlust? I actually am speechless. I mean, I think, like, this whole work-life balance thing, or, like, I honestly think that, like, for me, or, like, for a European person in general, I guess it seems, like, incredibly awkward to have your life completely mixed with your work and not have a proper, like, work-life balance. But for them, it's probably not that bad because all of their friends and stuff are probably like also doing the same thing, so you just you know what I mean? Like it's much easier to live this way if everyone around you also lives this way. Like then it might not even be the worst thing. Because if all of your friends like are literally at your workplace and they all spend time with you and you're like kind of chilling. Because the good thing about the way like the Americans do it is I guess the fact that like when you are at work, you're not always like full on working. Like you kind of like half chill, half work, because as long as you get your shit done, you can work for like 12 hours a day, but 4 hours you do like nothing or like very little and you just like hang out kind of deal, you know? Well, in Europe, if you're at work, you have to actually work for these 8 hours that you're working, and then you go home and then you don't work anymore, right? But I guess in America, it's like you have a lot more kind of free time or free reign in when you have to do things. Like it's not super strict, I guess. You don't have to like be at the office at 8 and then leave the office at 5. So I guess it has like upsides and downsides depending on what you prefer. But it's really weird to imagine if you're not used to it. Hey, Seville, thank you so much for 53 months and tier 3. What's up? There, you have your one attention. Hey, Calandra, what's up?
Corruption blooms.
The value of using ink on after eclipse is that you get what is it called? Nature's grace? That's it.
I have
Upside is
never
I get to do
seen
keys
this form of
in the
corruption
afternoon during
before.
work. Yeah.
If this spreads to the surface, we will not be able to contain it.
Yeah. That is kind of crazy, Calandra. I mean, it obviously depends on what job you do, I guess. But it's definitely much more common, I guess, in the US that you do like activities at work that in Europe it would be like unheard of. Because yeah, as I said earlier, I guess it's just like work and private life are a lot more like are a lot less separate. I guess is the best way to put it. Well, at least here where I live, obviously I don't speak for Europe as a whole, or I don't know how it is in the rest of European countries. But here where I live, it's like work is work, and like real life is real life. And there, most of the time, it's like very separate. It's not that you can't have friends at work, but it's not very normal, I guess, to hang out with people that you met at work or that you work with. And it's definitely not normal at all to hang out at your workplace in general. I've literally never heard of anyone just chilling at work, you know? Thank you so much for raid, Mimich. What's up? Hi, Tibbles. What's up? Thank you so much for 500 bits, Tater. Thank you, thank you. Tibbles. I know what you mean.
Virulent specimen detected. Containment priority 1.
Stop hitting me. Aye. Oh, wow. Good morning, Fable. What's up? Yeah, the only thing that I sometimes hear is like a work dinner. Like that is definitely something that I've heard before. Where you go for dinner for like Christmas or something. Usually it's like the end of the year. Because then the workers sometimes get like a bonus. And then like you celebrate that, I guess. I see that sometimes. Like Christmas company dinner, stuff like that. But I guess that's pretty normal. Have you heard of work lunches? It's where we work through lunches and don't eat.
Sanitize.
Yes,
Sanitize.
like that's the thing though, right? Because in Europe, well, I don't want. Again, I keep saying Europe when I mean where I live. So in Italy, at least in South Tyrol, people are entitled to a 1 hour lunch break. Like it's actually the law
Cleansing area.
that you need to have 1 hour of like lunch break. Which like partially is a good thing, but then on the other hand, some people would rather just not have that break. Right? Like some people would rather just work for 8 hours straight and eat something like
Contagion.
on the side while they're working and then go home earlier, right? Like some people would rather just do that.
Protocols engaged.
But then they can't because you're like literally forced to take an hour lunch break. Because it's the law.
Area. Cleansing area.
Thanks for 2 months watching video games at work. Thank you so much.
Cleansing area. Contagion detected. Sanitize. Purge protocols engaged. Engaging final.
Alright, this is it, guys. This is it.
Destroy virulent source.
No! It's a really good
The
chest, though.
Titan bought us time, but Gahun will
Oh!
not stay contained for long. We must gather
Oh,
our forces
look at
and
me!
stop the rot at its
Do you
source.
need? Oh my god, really? Oh my god, look at that! Holy shit! That's insane! Oh my god, I can't believe it! Oh my god. Appreciate it, Sir Naguura. Let's fucking go. Oh, that's even better than the belts. Oh. It is a socket. Look at it. It's so pretty. All right. I mean, yeah, I'm wearing that ring, but I got a socket. Socket is like a super big upgrade. Let's fucking go. Love these people. Oh my god, such a beautiful ring. Look at it. Also, this Windwalker was blasting. Big wind.
Take
Also,
all the time you
dude,
need.
that's probably why Vengeance seems to be so good, right? Because they do so much damage. 85k overall DPS? That's insane. Why isn't everyone playing Vengeance Demon Hunter if it does so much damage?
You have a bright future. This is your time.
Oh, I understand now. I didn't understand what this guy was saying. Is Hyjal is that a French server? The French person is very upset. Okay, this French person is like
This is when
it's super messed up right now. Okay, the hunter is saying that I ninja'd the ring. Because what happened was somebody looted the ring. I honestly don't even know who looted it because I don't see like Russian letters. So I don't actually know who looted it. So I was like, do you need? And then the hunter was like, do you need ring, mate? And I actually thought the hunter had looted it and then asked me. You know? Like, I thought the hunter looted the ring and then asked me if I need it. In the moment, I was thinking that, right? And then they traded me the ring. And then the hunter said, no rend ring? Like, I literally just didn't understand what they were saying. Like, I'll show you. Like, I was like, do you need, like, you need ring, mate? And I was like, oh yeah, thank you, because they traded it to me. And then the hunter goes, no rent ring. Like, I literally just did not understand what that means. In hindsight, he probably meant, like, slash random. Like, he meant rolling for the ring. But I like, didn't understand. So I had left, right? Because, like... Yeah, random roll. Like, I understand it now, but... You know, like, I just didn't know what that means. And then I left. And then they whispered me that I'm like ninja. That I'm like a ninja or whatever. They're like, nice ninja. I report you. And then he says, good mentality Russian player. At this point, I might report them for being racist against Russians. Honestly, like, what the fuck, dude? So the guy messaged me, he was like, nice ninja, I report you. And I'm like, huh? And then he goes, I need ring, I call. You are take ring, no rent, it's a ninja. And then I was like, the person traded it to me. You have to talk to them, not me. I didn't loot it. And then he goes, it's just question mark? No, we have keys 5 player, not 4. So you are a ninja. They kept saying, you have to message the person that got the ring and not me. And now he says, yeah, karma soon for you, don't worry. Ninja just for 1 socket, nice mentality. Sorry, guys. I'm the ninja. Also, just for a socket. It's just a socket, they said. Just a socket. Straight to R, I'm the main character entitled streamer. I mean, I might have rolled if I understood what he was saying in the moment, but I honestly did not understand that he wants to roll for the ring. Like, I really didn't understand it. And then when he like flamed the Russians for like being Russian, I was like, yeah, no, fuck you.
I knew you would like
Like,
my
that's just
wares.
fucked up. Come on.
Am I dreaming?
I'm not gonna roll with a guy that is mean to the Russians for no reason when they were the ones training it. All right, we need a socket. I think I want a haste socket. I'm not sure. Let's just... We'll figure it out later. Oh my god, socket's actually kind of expensive.
There is a universal justice.
But yeah, in the end, it's not like... Somebody trades me an item that they looted? Then I don't understand why I'm the bad guy. Like, why is this guy whispering me and not the druid? Like... wait, that's the wrong thing? Yeah. Uh. He whispered to himself, probably. You're probably right. Oops. I did not loot the belt, but I got a socket and ring, which might be similarly good. I still have to do Underrot though. Oh yeah, I have to upgrade the ring, true. Good point.
Wares fit for the aspects. Return soon.
You wanna play Devil Moonkin? Ring for a belt trade. Oh shit. Is that a trade offer? Alright, that sounds like a good trade. Oops. Be careful, she might just ninja both. Yeah, you better watch your loot. I'll take it all. I can't wait to ninja the ring. Am I allowed to ninja the ring if it comes with a socket and avoidance? Wait, can there even be tertiaries on a socket on a like ring? Yeah, right? Yeah. I'll ninja a ring for avoidance. I'll do it. True, ninjas need more avoidance to avoid detection. But they also need her for leech so they can leech more gear. Good point. Hey May, what's up? How are you? Hey 2000-ish. Yeah, the hoodie they have is very nice. It's just too... Unfortunately, it's a little bit too warm now to use it. But next winter, oh my god, it's gonna be so great. It might take a while for next winter, but we're gonna get there. Man, that was like one of the worst times actually. Dude. When I was playing in Future, I was an officer in Future and I was doing the master loot thing. So like we did split raids and one of the raids was like my raids where I just like get the items, which we obviously had discussed before the raids with the other officers. So I would give myself the items that, you know, we discussed are gonna go to me. And my whole chat was like calling me just everything for taking all of the loot. It's like, oh my god, Naguura, you're taking everything? It's like, yes, it's my split rate. It's like, oh my god, you're like the worst. You're ninjaing all loot. Yeah. Yeah, that was like a really bad decision to do Master Looter on stream. Especially because back then people didn't really stream high-end content. So the whole concept of split rating was just not a thing. Like people did not know what split rating is. Because the Race Well First was not streamed. The top 20 guilds or so didn't stream. So people didn't really know what split rates even are. So when we streamed our split rates with Future, the amount of people that did not understand what's going on was crazy. And everyone just thought I'm like taking every item for myself. I remember having multiple arguments with my chat where I'm just like, listen guys, we assigned the loot to me. It's like, yeah, but still, there's other people in the raid that need it. And I'm like, they're fucking alt characters. So... Like, what do you mean? There's other people in the raid. Yeah, but they're alts. I just didn't get it. Yeah, they didn't understand the splits, yeah. But you did take all the loot? I did indeed take all the loot, yeah. It is true, I did take it. You want a stream room makeover? Why? What's wrong with it? Whoa, whoa, whoa. Oh, yeah, I mean, I'll do a stream room makeover when I get an apartment that belongs to me that isn't rented, okay? Yeah, I know I want a dark wall. But I'm not gonna paint this wall dark. Like, it's a rented room. It sucks. I don't wanna, like, paint a wall. And then I'm gonna have to, like, paint it white again afterwards and stuff. It's like, ugh. But yeah, once I manage to buy an apartment at some point, I'll do a really cool streaming room. And just wait until apartments don't cost a fortune anymore. Which I'm sure is gonna happen soon, right? I'm sure the housing market is gonna collapse any moment. Right? I'm just waiting for that to happen. How long could it possibly take for it to collapse? I've been saying this for 4 years. Yeah, the problem is if I keep saying that and it just keeps getting more expensive, I'll just keep, quote-unquote, wasting more money, I guess. At some point, maybe I just have to buy a fucking apartment for way too much money. If there's a bank that gives me money, that is. Maybe they, you know, it's like, I'm gonna have a meeting with the bank and I'm like, hey, I would like to buy an apartment. Can I get some money? And they're like, oh, yeah, okay. What do you do for a living? Oh, I'm a streamer. I play video games. It's like, oh, about that alone. Yeah, I think that's not gonna work out. Sorry. Yeah. Tell them your IO. Yeah. Yeah, it just keeps getting more expensive, which sucks. Because, like, 2 years ago, I already said how expensive apartments here are, and now they're even more expensive than they were 2 years ago. It's insane. I know. It's a struggle. It's a struggle. And if I want to buy an apartment that is, like, a normal size, just, like, I don't know, like 80 square meters or something? Which is not that much, but, like, it's big enough. Then I probably have to pay, all in all, around
The blood trolls are scattered, but we must find the source of the
600K.
rot and destroy it. Guard yourselves.
something like that.
Who knows what lurks in these
Which is
caves?
just so much money. It is so much money. For an 80 square meter apartment. Other people would buy a mansion for it. On some estate with a vineyard. Yeah, 600k euros. But 600k, I mean, like, kind of like everything, you know? Like, it would be an apartment with a garage, with a basement, and with, like, furniture. Would be around 600k, I would guess. And a butler? I wish. No, that's the thing. Rent is very cheap for some, like, incredibly awkward reason. Well, I know why. Like, there's something with rent where, like, the landlord cannot ask for more money than what the like, province is telling them. And I feel like they're just kind of stuck in the past with that amount. Like, I think the province didn't increase that amount, even though they should. Because right now, for this apartment here, I pay around 700 euros per month, which is pretty cheap. Compared to buying an apartment for 600k. Like, so rent is, like, super cheap, but buying is incredibly expensive. But the problem is, because it's that way, no one's renting anything. Like, no one's renting anything. Because why would you rent an apartment if you can only get $700 when you can just sell it for 600k? You know? So that's why there's no one renting anything. I was kind of lucky to get this apartment, but they're gonna throw us out next year because they want to sell it, which makes a lot of sense, right? So I can only stay in this apartment for, like, around a year, maybe a little bit less. And there's just no one that rents anything here. Renting is just not a thing here, which makes sense. So why would you do that? Yeah. When did I move in here? Like, last March? Yeah. I've been living here for a year-ish. Yeah, a bit more than a year. Why don't you just buy that place? I'm not gonna buy this place for, I don't know how much it's gonna be. I would assume around... This place is probably gonna go for around... between 400 and 500k, I would say. This place today. And it's too small. Like, this place is so tiny. And it's not a good place. I mean, it is a good place, but not for 400 to 500k. For 700 euros a month, yeah, sure. I'm not gonna spend 500k in this apartment, that's for sure. This place just is like, there's just so much, what is it called? Like hallway? Hallway? Yeah, that's a word, right? Like, half the apartment is just a hallway. It's really badly, like, made, in my opinion. It has 2 bedrooms. One is actually a bedroom, and this is the other room, which I made into a streaming room. And then that's it. I think this apartment is around, I think it's like 60 something square meters, 65,
3,
something like that.
2, 1.
But there's so much useless space in here. Like, there's like a really long hallway that you can't do anything with.
We must find the source of the rot and destroy
So it's still kind of, like, it's pretty small.
Guard yourselves. Who knows what lurks in these caves?
Which is fine for 700, you know, it's like, it's not expensive. I have a bleed on me. It was an accident. Oh, I didn't check if the demon hunter can trade the belt, actually. Holy! Do we have a purge? I need purgers.
For the glory of the Hoon!
For the glory.
Goon's power take you! Goon be everywhere! Rotten wither!
Whoa! This guy's casting on me! Stop!
Rotten wither!
Oh.
Goon's power take you! Rotten wither!
I mean, the presser is specifically expensive here because it's like a very touristy place with very nice views. Like, I do understand why it's expensive. That's what I'm saying. Like, it is very pretty here, but then at the same time, I don't think people that live here like earn exceptionally well. Like, I think the cost of apartments is like, in comparison to how much people earn, is way too high. Like, this is not like Switzerland where people also like just earn a shit ton of money. And I also don't think that the cost of living is like that expensive here either. It's really just like the actual apartments themselves that are so expensive. Everything else not that expensive. Like foods, groceries, whatever. Like, I don't think that is necessarily super expensive. It's really just like the actual housing. Because rich people come here and buy apartments and places as investments. Which is just driving up all the prices, I guess. Unfortunately. Have you tried ninjaing from the bank? Good point. We don't have a rest for our tank. Just don't pull anything else, I guess. Oh wait, there's this big rot guy. Oh shit! Ah! Okay, Okay, we're fine. Somebody resting already? No. I mean, the upside is that, like, yeah, it's really weird when people that are not from here are, like, outpricing you and stuff. But I guess the upside is if you eventually do manage to buy a place, then you'll be able to, like, it will be worth a lot, I guess. Also, lots of people that already have a property here, like from, I don't know, inherited from their parents, grandparents, whatever. This tank to see it looks like. Their property will be worth a lot. But then at the same time, like, what's that gonna do for them, you know? Like let's say you bought a fucking, like, apartment. Well, actually not an apartment. Let's say you have a house from, like, generations ago or whatever, and it's now worth $1 million. You can sell it for $1 million, and then where do you live? Right? Like, you can sell your thing for $1 million, and then you have to buy something else for $1 million. So it's like, yeah. Vietnam, yeah. You can move somewhere else, but it's not so common here to, like, move to a different place. I mean, you would have to leave everyone behind, right? Like, I don't know. People are not just gonna, like, leave everyone behind and just move to a different place. Hey, Ray, thank you. Happy Friday to you, too. Yeah, I don't know where this tank is. Doesn't look like they're... Oh, they are the seats. Oh, fuck. Hope they come back eventually. Oh. Hey, Cinemis, what's up? I guess we're gonna do this key without the tank. Well, Bloodstormer might be a bit difficult. What can I do to make Convoke great again? Hopefully nothing. Just kill Convoke. Just kill it. Let it die in peace. Yeah. Oh man, that's annoying. I mean, maybe they'll come back. I mean, we can still time the key if they come back within 5 minutes. Right? Well, maybe not 5, but like 3 minutes.
Cauterizing flame. Ooh, the Guardians, I like it. Definitely have to interrupt the Wicked Frenzy because it gives him like a million movement speed. Ooh, this guy might pull the boss. Oh. Kill. Oh, nice. Shit. Oh, nice. Yeah. Now we're meeting again. Well, it doesn't look like they're coming back, I guess. Maybe we have to give up after all. Yeah, I guess we can go 19, sure. Oh wait, this evoker is the legendary. um what is it called? Overflowing power? No. Oh shit, I'm dead. I knew it. That outside, yikes.
No, Sign of the Destroyer? What is that? What is the buff called? Does anyone know what the buff's called? Oh, Unbound Search. I don't see it. That's weird. Is it a debuff? It should be a debuff. Unbound Search. Yeah. Wait, that's so weird. Does it not work in dungeons? Surely it does. Oh yeah, it's here. 25% uptime on the evoker. But it doesn't show up on anyone else. Weird? I don't know. Wait, the nade servers are down? Yeah, maybe details just accounts it to the evoker for some weird reason. Oh, workout logs is down. Ah. Yeah, they increased it. It's so typical that they increased the price of Twitch server because people finally understood that. Like, I think the amount of people that are paying for Twitch Turbo went up a lot because everyone's running so many ads now because of the new ad incentive program, right? Like, they're really pushing ads. So everyone's running more ads, and then people realize, oh, well, I guess I can just pay for Twitch Turbo. And then they're like, wait a second, everyone's buying Twitch Turbo, let's make it more expensive. Like, oh, fuck you.
The blood trolls are scattered, but we must find the source of the
Hey,
rot
gamer, what's
and
up?
destroy it. Guard yourselves. Who knows? what
Thanks for
lurks
Prime.
in these
Buster
caves.
Damus. Thank you, thank you.
Five, four, three, two, one.
The blood trolls are scattered.
Yeah, I have to
but we
run a
must
lot of
find the
ads if
source of the
I
rot and
wanna
destroy it.
afford a
Guard
600k
yourselves.
apartment.
Who knows what lurks in these caves?
Now I'm gonna have to run so many ads. How many viewers do I need? And how many ads do I need to run to make 600k? Somebody do the math for me, please. Why is my smolder not proccing? At all. I did not have solar beam.
Time dilation.
I love it when I get dilated.
For the glory of Gahun! Gahun's power
Nice
take
full
you.
moon.
Rotten wither!
I solar beamed when the tank had AMS up.
Gahun be everywhere!
Whoops. It's okay. Thankfully, this group has a lot of interrupts,
Rotten
so we don't have to.
wither!
We don't have to save them. Just use it.
Gahun's power take you. Rotten wither! Rotten
That's like 3 to 4 YouTube videos, I think.
Gahun be everywhere! Gahun's power take you. My
For Gahoon. Keep checking my buff bar to see if I get the legendary buff. Twitch chat, you have a job, okay? From now on, you're gonna have to look at my buff bar and see if I get the legendary buff. It's like a brown orb, which, to be fair, is like every evoker ability ever. But I don't know how else to describe it. Oh shit, I'm standing shit! I'm alive.
Polarizing flame.
Let's go. Shit, I've not. Ah! No! The incorporeal being casted. Oh my. I'm dead. Oh my god, we have 2 stacks.
Rallying cry.
Thanks for 9 months, Banshee. What's up? How are you? Brand orb or a stand timer icon? Yeah. I mean, same thing, right? I did actually get it? Nice. Why am I in combat? There's some weird global combat thing again? Wait, now I'm not in combat anymore. What the fuck? So what do I actually have to interrupt incorporeal beings with the talents I have right now? I mean, I have Hibernate, obviously, yeah? And I have Solar Beam. And that's it, right? Because none of the AoE stuff works. Right? Typhoon and Inca board just does not work, right? Well, I mean, you can always just hibernate the second guy too. Which obviously means that your previous hibernate will break, but that would be like the last thing you can do, I guess. I guess evokers don't really have much, right? Does evoker have anything at all? They only have AoE stuff, right? Oh wait, we did so. Oh no. Also, DK doesn't have much either. DK and Warrior don't have much, I think. DK has Strangulate. And Warrior has Fear? Wait, yeah, Fear works, I guess, but only on the main target? Or does it? Nah, I think it does work. Hey, Lyra, what's up? Oh yeah, Stormbolt. True, Stormbolt. Yeah, that is definitely not a lot. Thanks for gifting us up to Banjo. Appreciate that, Anonymous. But what does Evoker do? What did I have? I mean, they have an interrupt. Shit. Oh, dream sleep. Wait, how does that work? Sleepwalk? Yeah, what does it do? How does it work? Oh, it's like Hibernate? Oh. Oh, so that seems pretty OP then. I assume it's a long CC, like a single target long CC then? Like Incap? Like a Monk's Incap or something? Why not hibernate? I am hibernating, but I just can't hibernate all of them. There's a limit.
What manner of creature is this? It must not be allowed to reach the surface. Destroy it now!
Oh shit, we have no interrupts. Oh no. It's a disaster. 2 Moonkins against 2 Defilers. Who will win? That was sneaky. That guy in the back. Oh shit, I wasn't looking.
Corruption blooms.
Oh my. Woo. Doesn't this guy always sound like he's saying bro? With it while rolling his R? When he says grow, he says grow. That kind of sounds like bro, right? I'm running lambent armor kits. I mean, there's no opinion. Just sim it and use whatever is better, right? It's I don't have an opinion on it. It's just Simcraft told me to use lambent armor kit, so I'm using it. It just depends on your character's stats. Robot tells me to use disenchant. I will use disenchant. Robot tells me to use slimy expulsion boots. I use slimy expulsion boots. Yeah, I hope the robot never tells me to quit the game. That would be unfortunate. The funniest thing about the whole slimy expulsion boot drama, though, is the fact that there's some people who now pretend as if they knew all along. Shit. We keep hibernating the same target. These people are like, oh my god, you idiots. I knew that slimy expulsion boots were not better. Can't believe so many people fell for it. Back up. Hat något ens kvar på då? Okay. Vad som heter det? عشان هنا مستكشف أنا إيش هنا كذا.
Virulent specimen detected. Containment
Und sie
priority
steht
1.
alles gepasst?
Ja.
Okay.
Dann habe ich noch viel.
Okay. I mean, there's no drama. It was just simmed wrong. Was? Warum hat er das gefragt? Ja, das hat das gesagt. Also, aber ich bin noch nie gewesen und jetzt habe ich gesagt, schon gar wie lange. Ich weiß nicht immer, was er heißt. Ja, ist super, gell? Aber wie geht's denn noch? Dann brauchen wir es dann. Was ist so? Was ist das? Ah, austauschen wir. Und dann muss man laden, wenn man eine bestimmte Kilometer gefahren ist, oder wie?
Purge protocols engaged.
Und dann braucht man erst noch bestimmte Kilometeranzahl. Oder wie weiß ich, wenn ihr diese braucht? Okay.
Cleansing area. Cleansing area.
This warrior's blasting. Anyway. Why is Fiona doing so much single targets?
Contagion detected. Sanitize.
Do they not have to drop a lot of single target talents to do area?
Cleansing area.
Whoa.
Rallying cry.
Cleansing area.
Infected.
Contagion detected. Sanitize. Purge protocols engaged.
Alright, where's my belt?
Safeguard. Destroy virulent source.
No!
Bought us time,
It's the
but
wrong
Cocoon
thing!
will not stay contained for long.
No! It's the wrong armor!
Forces and stop the rot at its source.
Oh man! Oh, the string will just never drop. Yeah, we almost got the leather belt. We did get a leather item and a belt. I guess. Hey Platano, what's up? Yeah, we talked about my car that we were repairing, or that they were repairing. Man, that's so cheap. Wait, what does that mean? Oh. So it is true. My car actually did have, like, my car's tank is broken and it always shows like a full tank when it's not full. Which was really confusing to me. But they didn't actually fix it. Because apparently they have to order it or something and replace it. When do you So when do you know when you need gas? I just don't. I just don't know. I mean, you just, to be honest, like I don't need my car very often, which is, to be honest, worse. Because the problem is I use my car so little that it's much harder to remember, you know, if you need gas or not. If you drive your car every day, it probably is not that big of a deal if your like thing is broken, because you just like, you could just say, oh, I'm gonna just go and fill up gas every X amount of days or whatnot, you know? But I use my car so like infrequently that I just have no idea. It's like, yeah, I could just take a random guess and I will be very wrong on how much gas there is in my tank. Yeah, I guess you could always reset the miles whenever you yeah, whenever you fill your tank. Yeah, that's actually a good point. Could do that. Huh? There's an indicator for fuel? What do you mean, an indicator for fuel? What's that? What does that mean? I don't know, Foundry. I don't know. Don't ask me. Just do whatever the Dream Growth channel says. It's too difficult. Depends on your gear and stuff, you know? Would you say the car is gaslighting you? You can weigh the car with empty tank and after you fueled it. Good point. It's kind of funny watching you do Underrot again, because back in 2020, watching you heal on Underrot is what got me into doing keys, really. That's actually so cool. Yeah. Yeah, I healed a lot in BFA, because Moonkin was so bad. Healing Underrot was very hard, I remember. It was not a good time. I personally would not recommend Weaver at all. I don't know why. Like, who is even playing Weaver? Why is this whole Weaver discussion even coming up? Like, I honestly don't understand. Who is pushing this whole Weaver thing? Krona is playing it. Oh, that's why people are constantly asking about it. Yeah, I personally don't like it. I think it's not good. I mean, I still haven't played it on high keys, which I will try when I eventually do high keys. But I tried it on like 21, 22 keys, and I just don't think it's good. It doesn't feel good. It's not just preference. Like in season 1, it was kind of preference. But honestly, like in season 2, it feels like a pretty big difference. Because Rattle is just straight up better in AoE, right? Which it was in season 1 too. But in season 1, Weaver was better on single target and on smaller pulls. But now, Rattle is also better on single target, and not just a little bit. Like, Rattle is like 1.8k DPS on single target better than Weaver. So why are you playing Weaver? Like, what's the purpose of Weaver? I just don't necessarily understand what the purpose of it is. Because if it's worse on single target and it's worse on AoE, and it's worse because we are reliant on Smolder now, right? Like the only way to get our Waning Twilight proccing is by running Smolder. And if you run Weaver, you have less time to cast fillers. Which means that you have less uptime on Smolder, which is also bad, right? So I really don't understand what the purpose of Weaver is. I just don't get it. Like I might just be missing some logic behind it, or maybe it's like really good on high keys, and I haven't played high keys yet, so I can't tell, right? But from what I've played, from like the 20s I've been doing, I tried both, and I just don't see the purpose of Weaver. It's like, I don't get it. And when I'm simming it, like when I sim the difference between Weaver and Rattle, then the only scenario where Weaver sims better is on 2 targets and 3 targets. That's it. On any other scenario, on 1 target or anything more than 3 targets, Rattle is better. And I understand that there are some things that you cannot sim. Like, Weaver is better for movement, right? For example, which... It's hard to tell how much damage you lose from moving, right? In the end, Plus is very much like feely crafty. It's like, it's very hard to tell what's actually better. It's just whatever you feel like. And also whatever key levels you're doing and whatever like classes you're playing with. Like there's so many variables that in Plus you can just kind of... Whatever works for you works. I mean, yes, Weaver does give you more astral power, but... Like, it's not like the biggest difference, right? Because obviously Rattle also gives you more astral power from having like lower costs, but it's still counting fully towards Pulsar. But I don't know. I mean, I'll try it. I'll try it some more on the hierarchies. I'm just not convinced at the moment. I'm not convinced. Thanks for 5 months, Lucky Cap. Thank you, thank you. It's funny because the last season, it was the complete opposite. The last season, everyone was like super into Rattle. And I remember I just liked Weaver more. Like, it just felt better to me. So I played Weaver. Even in dungeons like Academy, I played Weaver. And people like were telling me that I must be like there must be something wrong with me for playing Weaver in Academy. And then at the very end of the season, everyone played Weaver. So, I don't know. It feels like I was right all along. Yeah, Weaver was really good last season, but no one, like, at the start of the season, everyone just played Rattle. And everyone was like, oh, Weaver's bad. Yeah, I'm a trendsetter, of course. Big trendsetter. I mean, to be fair, at the start of the season, people were also playing the stupid Smolder build. Where people were playing Smolder and Umbral Intensity. And it was like the dumbest thing. I was like, why would you play that? I did try it. It felt horrible.
Was het ook dat zwischenstekken initially?
Wil je dat tussen stekken?
Maar HDMI EP.
Wasn't it now? I mean, in the end, I obviously just didn't practice. Like, I didn't play enough high keys, though. It's still very possible that Weaver is better. Alright, so what do we do now? Do we play one more key? Yeah, let's play one more key. Let's do one more Underrot. Or we play Neltharis 20 with the Big Hand Loves It. I think this belt just doesn't exist. It will never drop. I'm playing Hibernate because it's incorporeal. And I don't know what I'm crafting yet. I haven't simmed it. I mean, we don't get a spark until next week, right? So... Oh, it's a BMLI that has the key. I see, I see. Alright, let's play at 20 Neltharis. Wait, I can't queue. Or can I? Can I change this actually? Oh my god, I can! Can't have a description, but... Oh no, I cannot. I can't queue. Yeah, Neltharis is something else. I did a key earlier. And it seemed incredibly difficult. To be fair, I did at 22. But yeah, the first boss, like the magma dude. Oof. That is some damage. Is there a way to outrun lava spray? I think you just take the damage if you target it. Yeah, I think you just take it. Just pray. We need a big healer man. People want to convince me they ran fast enough they didn't get the damage? I don't think so, it just follows you, right? Isn't it literally just on you? I mean, to be fair, I haven't done much in Altharis this season, so I mean, don't trust me. Don't trust anything I say. Oh, when does Diablo come out? But no, I don't think I will not play Diablo. But when does it come in out? When does it come? Where I can't speak. Oh, I'm not sure if this kneecap person can heal the left boss. I'm not sure I trust. Oh wait, I forgot this is a current season or a current expansion dungeon. Oh my. Am I gonna die to these dudes? Oh, oh wow. Oh my god, we're so fucking doomed. Toja said, I need someone to tell me what this dungeon does. It's lost. I am now farming spoils. This is like the third Neltharis I do. So it's about time I get this trinket. Oh. Oh wait. Wait, I think I actually can't do this key. I'm sorry, I didn't know. I'm gonna be late for dinner. I have 20 minutes. That's not good enough. Actually, not even 20. I have more like 10 minutes. Sorry. Alright, guys. I'm gonna have to go, apparently. Didn't have to go this soon. Apparently we have to drive somewhere. Who knew? Who knew driving takes time? Or getting to places takes time in general? Hey, Sam. Yeah, perfect timing. Yeah, guys, I'm gonna leave. Thank you so much for hanging out. Sorry about the weird streaming schedule and stuff, you know. What can I do? But I'm now back home, so I'm gonna have normal schedule-ish again. Which is great. But I won't be streaming tomorrow or on Sunday. Because it's the weekend. And I don't stream on a weekend. I might also just not stream on Monday because it's a holiday. So I kind of haven't streamed a lot. And I might not stream Monday again, which... yeah, what can I do? We'll see. But yeah, thanks for hanging out. Remember to follow my stream if you haven't yet. And check out my YouTube channel. I might post stuff there. Actually, I will not. I haven't recorded any guides. So there will not be anything posted anytime soon. But you can still follow me on my YouTube. Just for fun. Or watch my old videos. I mean, I'm posting shorts, YouTube shorts. You should check those out. You should read the comments on my YouTube shorts. They're always great. I dare to say Moonkin is a bit squishy now. improve? The YouTube comments were something else. Actually, the TikTok comments were worse. I think. I don't know. The YouTube comments are pretty bad. You want to read some comments before I go? Someone's saying Moonkin is broken again and got super easy to play. Can't believe someone would say Moonkin is broken right now. Oh, there's this guy that says, trust me, without the people that are running keys with you, you are below average as a player. Man, do you just love it when people in the LFG tool carry you all day? It does feel great, to be honest. It's a bit unfair that they carry me and not this YouTube commenter person, though. They're just being very unlucky. And then I said Moonkin is a bit squishy now compared to other classes. And someone says, unsurprising to hear Moonkin make excuses for dying to avoidable mechanics. And then to the same YouTube video where I said that Moonkin is squishy, someone says, Moonkin, nature swiftness, which by the way is not a Moonkin ability. But thanks for that, I guess. Heart of the Wild, regrowth, well-honed instincts, renewal, barkskin in Moonkin form. Out of Moonkin form, rejuve, swiftment, wild growth, frenzied rejuvenation. But I get what you're saying. Compared to Feral, we heal more passively, whereas Moonkin loses damage to survive. In the end, deal with it. Can't believe this guy is like explaining things to me and then just not getting it right anyway. They tried. Dun, 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 dun. Or this video. Did you see this one here?
That seemed a bit excessive.
I thought it's the... Like, you know how on the second boss in Alfaris, you would just get one-shot by the boulders? So I got hit by triple falling debris and died. How can you do this? How can you go back on YouTube Shorts? How do you go back? But yeah, I basically got one shot. And some random person comments, when people pay zero attention to mechanics and their surroundings, and somebody liked it. I'm sorry, I should have expected for like 3 rocks to fall on my head simultaneously. My bad. It was me, I liked it. And then this guy says, girl, you're so cringe. I always love it when people say I'm cringe. Like, yeah, that is what I'm going for. Thank you. I know, right? Yeah, okay, I'm leaving. Fine. Fine. Okay, who do you want to watch then? Hmm. Dinner stream? I think we're actually gonna go to like a really cool place. But unfortunately, there's not gonna be any dinner streams. You wanna watch Roy Ben? She is
Oh my, no,
doing
Andy! Oh,
StarCraft.
that was insane grip. It happened to me.
Splits or
yesterday,
something.
Mythic raid.
Viewer raids.
On pull, I just stepped off the
Oh, they're
platform.
doing viewer raids, yeah. She wants to leech some gear on her shaman.
Okay, let's see here.
Okay, Gwyndy.
Oh,
I
really?
dropped you, gripped me, I
Skeleton?
trust you.
Ooh, that is actually really cool. I didn't know that. But yeah, have a nice weekend, everybody.
It's actually worth for me to
I'll
just
see you
literally jump
probably
off
on
pull,
Tuesday.
because I don't really do any
If you
damage,
wanna
I'm just
follow me
crazy.
on my socials and stuff, then I might update you on what I'm doing, if you give a shit.
Serious.
And if not, I'll see you on
It
Tuesday.
would be essentially boosting, but I'm calling,
Probably.
right? I would be able to call much
But yeah,
better.
enjoy weekend, play a lot of video games, and have a good time.
Hello, gamers.
Hello, gamer.
Or not.
I'm at work,
Do whatever you want.
as you can see.
Alright, bye!